malam dia susun awal. Perut kempis, perut dia malam tadi. Itulah. Tadi makan laut. Dia bungkus laut. Dia rasa pun dia tahu juga. Kan? Dia lalu laut. Malam tak tahu. Habis ni dah ada bagi tadi. Tapi lah nasi laut tadi separuh je. Sebab dapat isi. Dapat ayam. Bye-bye. Mana laptop? Laptop mana?
In Malaysia. It's been a long 7 years since this race last kicked off, and now we get to do it. They wondered if we'd ever come back to this fantastic event. Well, thanks to the guys and girls at Top Speed, we are back in business. And the Sepang 12 Hours is a fantastic endurance race for GT3 and touring car classes. Usually in the past it has lasted the full 12 hours. For this resurgence back into the world of motorsport, it is going to be 8 hours, but combined with the qualifying and the practice sessions, it still makes up 12 hours of track time. And the teams will obviously compete against each other for the entirety of the race battle, with the hope and the opportunity to become winners of the 12 hours of Sepang. I'm Jake Sanson. I'm with my colleague here, Sean Heshelwood. We're going to have a very interesting day at the race this year. I have to say, the weather is absolutely perfect for GT racing. It's hot, it's humid, and it's going to be a very interesting 8 hours of racing. Hello, Sean. Good to be with you.
It's great to be back at Sepang for a major international event after such a long break. A brilliant circuit, as you've already said. Qualifying was fantastic. Perfect conditions for GT racing, Jake Sanson. I'm not 100% certain. It's something like 32 degrees, 85% humidity. I think I'll stay indoors in air-conditioned comfort for the duration of the 8 hours. It's going to be a lot more comfortable, but the drivers are going to have an awfully big job ahead of them.
There's something spectacular about this circuit, though. Ever since it came in 1999, it is an absolute challenge for every single driver and team that gets into it. I mean, this is essentially the art of the endurance, isn't it? I know we're only doing 8 hours rather than 12, but every team comes into this knowing that they're going to be tested in every single area. They're going to be tested in terms of tyre management. They'll be tested in terms of fuel consumption. They'll be tested in terms of race stint metronomicity. They're going to be so consistent over the course of the 8 hours. They've got to make sure that every box is ticked while dealing with the intensity of the elements. There's nothing quite like an endurance race around this circuit.
Absolutely, and I think, too, pointing back to the discussion about it being 8 hours as opposed to the traditional 12 hours, of course it's varied over many years. It's been 4 hours, it's been an hour sprint, it's been in the dark, it's been in the daylight. It has been a number of years, but again, we haven't seen top-level international class racing in Asia pretty much for much of the last 4 years because of the COVID pandemic, obviously. So teams need to settle back into it, and this is a big part of that. The numbers also reflect that because travel and the COVID restrictions does eliminate or certainly challenge a number of people from being able to cross borders and get back in with all the situations that they have to deal with. So all of these things need to be considered when you make an assessment that it's 8 instead of 12 or that there's 13 entries, but they're 13, as you said earlier in qualifying. It's a class field. There's all of them from start to finish, from P1 down to P13, are amongst the best in this part of the world, and some of the best drivers internationally, Christopher Haase and Marcus Winkelhock, just two. So certainly we're not going to be missing out at any level, but it is going to be a big challenge, and I think a lot of these teams are aware of that. They've had a few years waiting to get back to this sort of situation, and as a result of that, they may not be 100% prepared. So this is a good way to, well, do I hazard saying, break them back in, but that's the way they're going to have to approach this weekend. But what I have to say is I was very interested to watch qualifying. Okay, it was earlier in the morning when the conditions were a little bit cooler, and we saw during the official practice sessions yesterday, 2 90-minute sessions, they dropped off something like 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds in the hot afternoon session. It's about the equivalent of roughly where we are now. But the qualifying session, the hand-cooked tyre that they're using this time, and for many teams it's the first time they've used a hand-cook, they only fell 0.5 second shy of the ultimate lap record. In fact, Marcus Winkelhock's lap, which was a 2:04.3, was only 0.5 second off James Calado's 2019 GT3 lap record of a 2:03.8. So the performance was incredible.
Yeah, people are obviously trying to push it right from the outset, which is really interesting to see. Another thing that I think, you've mentioned obviously how the field is depleted basically because of, various logistical challenges, and you make a very fair point that, we're still in this part of the world getting back into normal motorsport routines after the worldwide pandemic. This is the first opportunity that really has been here in Sepang to host an event like this since the pandemic. But one of the things that I've noticed from a couple of journalists who have mentioned about the Sepang 12 Hours coming into the weekend is one thing that is refreshing about this event, not just Top Speed doing what they usually do to create a fantastic event and puts things together in a way that doesn't just appease the spectators, but also appeases the people working on the ground, because they have to create a good environment for everybody to work in. But it's also the fact that we only have 13 cars on the grid, yes, but it is quality over quantity. If you look at the pedigree of the teams that are here and the drivers that are here, it really is the cream of the crop of Asian GT.
Oh, 100%, and I think that's what needs to be remembered. But no doubt we're going to have a cracking race. It's interesting to see that the Audis, again, well, I was going to say dominated. That's not 100% fair. When you've got two factory drivers in Marcus Winkelhock and Christopher Haase, they're always going to be right at the pointy end of the field. But of course, both of those guys have won here in the past at Sepang. So they have experience. And the thing we often see in Australia, on Aussie obviously, with the Bathurst 12 Hour, is you get your drivers that come from V8 supercars, and we've got one of those. In fact, I should call it supercars, which is now known as. Andre Heimgartner's in the field in the AMAC Porsche. I think they might have had dramas in that last qualifying session because his pace was well off the mark. And just a week ago, we had our first supercars race on the streets of Newcastle, and Andre, straight out of the box with an absolutely brand new Gen 3 Chevy Camaro, was consistently pace setter. He was incredible in the amount of speed that we had. So you've got guys of real class and quality that have come out to be a part of this event, and they're setting an incredible pace. And that's going to make it very, very interesting to just be able to compare those. We're getting back to the Bathurst analogy, as you see factory drivers come out now to somewhere like Bathurst, and they race at something like the 12 Hour against guys that have a great intimate knowledge of the Mount Panorama circuit in the supercar drivers, and they're every bit matched within a session. I mean, that's how good these top-level drivers are. So it's probably no real surprise to see guys like that dominating at the moment at the top of the timesheets. But of course, it's an endurance race. It's not just one driver. There's three drivers. So they've got to make that fine balance between all the drivers in the team and be able to make that car run fast.
And it's definitely going to be an interesting one and an intriguing battle we have been given notice that there is actually going to be a slight delay to the scheduled programming. There's been a couple of logistical challenges coming into this weekend, so unfortunately there is going to be a pause in proceedings. So we're going to do our very best to bring you the race to the scheduled program that you have expected, but it is obviously going to be a very tricky one. So we will do our utmost to ensure that we are going to be in the starting procedure as soon as possible. The scheduled time for the start of racing was obviously meant to be at 2 o'clock local time. We gather that there is going to be a pause in proceedings for that. So we will try and bring you the start of the race as soon as is humanly possible. It is going to be a pause in proceedings, but we will try and get you to the starting line as soon as we are able to. But obviously, that does give us a little bit of an opportunity to discuss things in a bit of detail. Just while we're ascertaining the situation, we can talk about the result of the combined qualifications for the Sepang 12 Hours. It was Absolute Racing that got themselves into pole position with the number 18 car, chaired by Andrew Arianto, Yu Kwai and Marcus Winkelhock, with all of the drivers getting within about a second of each other over the course of the qualifying session, and that was obviously the key factor. All three drivers had to try and get as close to each other's times as possible in order to get the pole position. The next best time came from the AAI Motorsports team, the BMW M4 GT3 of Chen Chenhua, Jens Klingman and Jesse Cronin, who have been very consistent over the course of the weekend. It was only really Chen Chenhua that ended up losing a little bit of ground in his session compared to Klingman and Cronin. The R&B racing team in their Lamborghini Huracan did a very consistent job with Ye Hongling, Avi Ki Kwan and Bao Jinlong managing to come through in third position. What's really interesting actually though, Sean, is that the team that is in fourth position, the Be Quick Absolute Racing team, this is the team that won the event 7 years ago, the last time that we had a Sepang 12 Hours. Henk Hicks, Peter Cox and Christopher Haase, they were the three drivers that actually won this event 7 years ago, and they're starting in fourth position this time, so they're already playing catch-up.
Can I just throw you under the bus just to kick the day off? Because you know how much us Aussies love to find a big yellow bus and throw the nearest pommy straight under the front wheels. I think actually going back to that 2016 race, unless my memory serves me correctly, Christopher Haase, Robin Frins and Lawrence Van Thor actually won the race outright. But you are correct. I can't stop you there or fault you at any level, because both Henk Hicks and Peter Cox did win, but they won the GTC category in an Audi, Generation 1 Audi R8 from memory, a Cup car, which we'd seen obviously a fair bit during the Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup, in which Henk also competed and did quite well, as did Daniel Bilski, both of them a big part of the Be Quick operation. So I just thought I'd pull you up early. You're going to be throwing me back under that same bus, I'm sure, at some point during the course of the day, but hey, there you have it. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see all these guys. I mean, Christopher Haase has won this event twice, so and so has Peter Cox. So these guys have got a fair amount of experience. What's interesting, and I didn't realise until just recently going through the commentator notes, which are great to be supplied. You and I have seen a lot of these drivers in different parts of the world over many years, but Peter Cox and Henk Hicks used to share a schoolroom together growing up. So that's their relationship going back into the deep, dark old ages. And of course, as Henk has built his Be Quick empire in Thailand and throughout this part of Asia, he's brought Peter in to help him with his racing, and they've become. Of course, I think Christopher Haase too is a protege of Peter Cox. So there's a great relationship. So to have the three of them in that 26 car in the Be Quick entry competing together this weekend is going to be great to watch. I'll be really interested to see how that plays out.
The Harmony Racing team in their Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, they'll be starting from fifth on the grid with Simon Chan, Alexandre Imperatori and Wu Ruhua going to be taking on that car. Now, I was actually a little bit surprised that Alexandre Imperatori wasn't able to get as clean a lap together as he would have liked. So it kind of shows you that the Harmony team are sort of on the back foot a little bit. Fifth position for them on the starting grid, and they'll be sharing the third row of the grid with the EBM Giga Racing team of Nazim Asma Adrian de Silva, and Reid Harker, the New Zealander, in their Porsche 911 GT3. I have a feeling they're going to be pushing for a podium over the course of the 8 hours. They've got a nice bit of consistency, these three. But the weak link in the chain, to a certain extent, is Adrian de Silva. He hasn't quite got up to the same sort of speed as Reid Harker and Nazim Azman. And there's always that interesting element as to which driver is the one that's really holding the crew back to the best of their ability. With Nazim Azman, he is, of course, still fairly new to the world of GT racing, having been in FIA Formula 3 for selected events last year. But Reid Harker, this is very much his bread and butter.
Yeah, it's that great split, isn't it, between drivers that have experience and drivers that don't. And we do see that in GT competition. I mean, short of Europe and I suppose North America as well, the reality is somebody has to pay the bills. And usually that's the gentleman that owns the car or owns the team, and they want to compete. So that's great for them to compete, but then to be effectively in a position to win a race or be on a podium, which, let's face it, they all want to do, you need a couple of racehorses as part of the team. That becomes that whole Pro-Am thing, or maybe you have two gentlemen and a pro driver and you're more of an Am entry. But juggling all of that to get the pace right is a really difficult thing. And to see someone like Andrew Harrianto, who's a great mate and a former Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup champion, be turning out laps in the 205s, the low 205s, when you've got a racehorse like Marcus Winkelhock, similar age, but his job is as a professional race driver for Audi Sport, doing a 204.3, only a second faster. That's big promise. Douglas Khoo's another guy I've seen a lot over many years. Fantastic guy, loves his motorsport, very successful in business. In after racing a Z or a Datsun 240, as it's appropriately known, back in the early days, come into TCR in the early stages in TCR Asia. They had Cupra car, and he's done quite well, but I mean, his lap times were what, a 2:12 compared to Jasmine Jafar and Dominic Ung doing 2:05s. So there's a 7-second gap, and they've got to work that in, because the next thing they've got to consider too is, I was trying to pick up on that earlier, the cumulative minimum driving time for each AM driver is 80 minutes. So Douglas Khoo has an hour and 20 minutes extra in the car at 7 seconds a lap slower than his teammates. And I mean, obviously that's going to drop off as people get tired and the car gets hot, the drivers get hot, all those things come into play. And of course, we're not going to see times in the 205s, I wouldn't expect, during the race, unless something dramatic happens and we're in the closing stages of the race, or perhaps somebody's trying to break away early. But what's the point? There's 13 cars that are going to battle over 8 hours. They want to ease themselves into it to a certain point. And if you look at the list of drivers that are going to start this race, in many cases, I think looking at it, they've put probably the AM driver in to get maybe a first hour stint out and let them all run around together, hopefully even themselves out, and then put the faster drivers in towards the end of the race, which is the traditional way that GT endurance racing works these days anyway.
So that's going to be an interesting factor. You're absolutely right. I think that's going to really start to showcase, especially towards sort of hour 3, hour 4, as the race really starts to take shape. Behind the top 6, the team that topped the timesheets in the first qualifying session, thanks to Sandy Stuvik, Craft Bamboo with their AMG GT3. So Jeffrey Lee, Liang Jiatong, and Sandy Stuvik. An interesting change for Sandy Stuvik in recent years, obviously having been a single-seater specialist, trying to climb the Formula 1 ladder, and now has made the switch to GTs, as has Jasmine Jafar in the next team on the grid, the Viper Niza Racing team in their Aston Martin Vantage. Douglas Khoo and Dominic Ang sharing with Jasmine Jafar, an all-Malaysian team. It'll be fascinating to see what they can do from 8th on the starting grid. The AAI Motorsports BMW, the sister car, this is Chen Yin-yu, Piti Berimbakti, and Tanat Satyan Tirakul. So this is a fabulous young team starting to make its way further forward. The Modena Motorsports team, the Porsche 911 GT3, the 216 car, that is John Shen, Francis Chia, and Christian Chia. They're going to run together. And then the 11th car on the grid is the AMAC Motorsport car, the Porsche 911. This is the all-Aussie affair, well, very nearly all-Aussie affair, I should say. Andrew McPherson, William Porter, and Andre Heimgartner. Now, this would be an interesting combination. They really want to come in and do some damage around the AM category. I think they have a good chance of a podium.
They have a good chance of a podium, and they've been quite successful as an AM operation, Ben Porter and AMAC, for many, many years. Lamborghini Huracan in GT World Challenge Asia. AMAC loves his Porsches. He's got a number of them in the stable. He's run them at various production style events. was going to say production car. I suppose it is a production car in the true sense of the word, but often production car racing in Australia means a Lancer or something a little bit similar rather than a Porsche or something a little bit more exotic. But he races those cars quite competitively. He's been racing for quite a long time, loves his Porsches, so they're going to have a really good time. And as I said, Andre Heimgartner last weekend in Newcastle was absolutely stunning. The Brad Jones Racing team, for which he's one of 4 of their drivers, turned out some very, very competitive cars straight out of the box. And he threw that big Chevy Camaro around the streets of Newcastle very, very successfully, and really showed that he is a bit like Shane Van Gisbergen, another driver with a lot of talent. And of course, he's been here in Asia before. In fact, I'm going off memory, and I'm thinking he may have been one of the stable of drivers for no, I'm not going to go off memory. I'm getting too old to do that. I'm going to give up. I need to check those sorts of things. Let's go on facts and not memory. As I say, it's been 4 years. In fact, the last time we were at Sepang was for the final round of the 2019 Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup after an 8-year stint, handing Yasser Shahin, the Australian driver, who I'm actually surprised isn't here this weekend. He must be busy at home at the Bend in South Australia, but handing him his trophy for the final championship win. Of course, Andrew Harrianto's a former competitor in that, but there's a bunch of guys certainly in this part of the world who have contested not only the Audi Sport One Make Series, but Carrera Cup, Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, Blancpain GT World Challenge Asia. There's been some great racing in this part of the world over the last few years, and unfortunately for everybody, and certainly the people it's affected, the pandemic's really brought everybody to their knees and just brought it all to a grinding halt. So this weekend, the Sepang 12 Hour, is a return to top-level international motorsport, and to get things fired up again. So we're really, really looking forward to it. But as you say, there's a great mix of cultures, there's a great mix of cars, there's a great mix of experience, and we should be in for an absolutely fantastic day. Although I did look at a weather map, and I think I sent you the link to the radar, and I moved the little dial forward towards the end of the day, and there are storm clouds in the area.
No.
However, it's not looking like it might appear until darkness, which is another level of drama. But let's see. It may blow past. Certainly when I looked at it this morning, it said at 8 o'clock in the morning, lovely, which is the conditions you had for qualifying. The day was going to get up to 26, 27 degrees. In fact, let me just double check that. I'm not going off memory again. It says by about race start, we should be looking at 36 degrees. Humidity's down 51%. A little bit of cloud cover and no rain, but it is suggesting by about 8 o'clock tonight there might be 1 millimetre of rain, or sorry, 0.1 millimetre of rain. Let's see. It could also dry before it hits the ground. So that's one of the things in this part of the world. We've seen it before. It certainly makes for dramatic racing, but we'll see. We'll see what comes. Just play it out as it goes, which is all the teams can do. They don't know what's going to come.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we all know that when it rains here at Sepang, it doesn't just rain by the bucket or even, the bathful. It rains by the ocean. So it could be very interesting to see how that factors in. The FM Motorsport NX Silver Rocket car, the only cup car in the race, that's going to be driven by Chan Sawai, Li Jia and Xian Dong, and they're going to be starting from 12th on the grid. And then at the back of the grid, it is the AAI Motorsport team, with their BMW M6 GT3 for Wei Chia-liu, Shi Shui-wei and Chen Jun-san. They're going to be together in 13th position on the starting grid. Interesting to see the battles rage through qualifying, but it's obviously been a really exciting build-up to this. Obviously, it's going to be the GT debut of Nazi Nazman. We've already talked about that a little bit. There is one female on the grid as well, and that is Betty Chen in the number 91 BMW. She's obviously racing alongside Piti Bhirombhakdi and Tanad Satyan Tirukul. And that's going to be an interesting one for her to come in for the first time to this event. And she's obviously acquitted herself very well in qualifying so far.
She's been very good over the years. She's been a big part of that team. Of course, Junsun Chen's the team boss. He's the AAI, FIS Team AAI team boss. They've run a variety of different cars over the years, but more recently they've been very much tied in with the BMW mark. So they're running both the M6 and the M4. What was interesting in qualifying, Betty's always been sort of just there or thereabouts. She's driven with some good drivers over the years, done a lot of racing in China. They've been a part of China GT and endurance racing in this part of the world as well. But she's only 6/10, I think. So Junsun did a 2:10.19. Betty did a 2:10.83 during that qualifying session. So I'm sure they're going to be very, very happy about that and buoyed by her performance. So I'd keep a close eye on what Betty does. She does a nice job in that car, and she's been quite competitive. So it's going to be a good mix. As you say, the only female in the field this time round, which is unfortunate, but she's not the only female that runs at a high level for BMW either, is she? There's also a very high-profile driver in a different part of the world that you frequent quite often.
Indeed, yes. I think you're referring to Beitske Visser, who's been fantastic within the BMW fold in the last couple of seasons. And
so it's going to be interesting. So you've got the two engine variations between the M4 and the M6. So the twin turbo V8 versus the twin turbo straight six. So it'll be interesting to see how they perform. Obviously, they're looking at the. I've got to get this right now. It's the 6 is the new one, isn't it?
I believe it is. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So they're obviously pinning a lot on the 6, and so far this year it's been very competitive. It's great at the Bathurst 12 Hour. And so far during the course of this year, it's been right on the money in other championships to kick off the year. Now, I'm not going to use memory, and you may even have been there, but the Daytona 24-hour race, that was won by... I'm putting you on the spot now.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there, so...
oh, no. Okay, I didn't mean that wasn't me pushing you in front of the bus this time, I promise. Because I could have checked that too, but I could have sworn you'd have known who that was, and I should remember. But yeah, it surpassed me this time. But when you say, I'll go, oh, of course. Pretty sure it wasn't an Audi this year, although I apologise to all the Audi people if it was. Are you busy putting that through a search engine?
I am indeed, as I always do. I remember hearing about it at the time. It was the Acura that came through for the win this time. So it was the Mayer Shank Kirby Agajanian car, the Acura.
That's
that came
exactly,
through.
Yep. Now I remember that now.
Helio Castroneves winning yet again. The interesting one in GTD was that it was the Sun Energy crew that came through for the victory. And obviously that is a team that is run by Kenny Charles Edward Habull, who of course is a Sydney resident.
A top Aussie bloke who still even sounds like a top Aussie bloke when you talk to him. He doesn't sound like an American despite the amount of time he spent over there. And boy, didn't he love winning the Bathurst 12 Hour. That really fired him up for a second time.
Absolutely. I mean, it is fascinating when you look at the history of this race. I really like to delve into an event when I go for it. And when you consider how this has grown up from the birth of the circuit in 1999, going straight into, the first Merdeka Millennium 12 Hours, it's kind of grown quite organically over the years. I mean, when you think that the first winner was driving a Proton Pert, and you've had a TVR Chimera, Porsche 911 GT3 Cups, a Honda Civic, a Lotus Exige, a BMW Z4M before we even got to the GT3 era. So it's fascinating how this has really grown up over the years. And it's really, really wonderful to see it return, because there was always so much of this, incredible potential in the event. And when you look at the fact that we've got, Alexander Album's dad was a winner of this back in 2002. Yeah. You've got so many incredible people that have contributed to the race. Darrell O'Young, who's obviously one of the, most colourful of the characters in Asian motorsport. And he, of course, now looks after young Bianca Bustamante, who is coming through in the F1 Academy this year from the Philippines. You've got so many talented drivers. The all-Japanese team won in 2 consecutive years from Petronas Syntium, Nobuteru Taniguchi and Masataka Yanagida, alongside Dominic Ang. So even Craig Baird has had a turn at the top step of the podium when he was racing for Clearwater. Gian Maria Bruni won it a year after that. Stefan Otelli and Lawrence Vantor, as well as Robin Freins. There have been so many great races and so many great drivers to come here. I'm really hoping this is kind of the spark that lights the torch paper and brings everybody back in 2024.
You and me both. We're certainly looking forward to what promises to be a big year. There's some big championships firing up again this year. One of them, Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, hasn't run, I don't think it's since 2019. They're firing back up again. Porsche Carrera Cup Asia is finally starting to travel beyond China. Obviously, they had limitations, based out of Shanghai. So they're going to start to head out across the Asian region. And of course, GT World Challenge Asia is back for another season with the 6-round championship, which was going to say finishes in Malaysia. I mean, I have done that homework and I have listed all the dates,
yes.
so I will check that. Starts at Buildup at Chang International Circuit in Thailand in May, 13th, 14th of May, and ends here at Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia in the middle of September. So they're up for their 6-round season. So there's a lot of racing to come for this part of the world. And that, as you say, will be kicked off by rejoining the Sepang 12-hour this weekend, today, and setting the ball rolling. So it could be quite good. And some good teams too, one of which, of course, is the Aston Martin operation. The Viper Nisa racing team of Douglas Koo stretching out and joining the Aston Martin team. And that's an interesting story in itself too, because you've got Wei Ron Tan is one of the people responsible for the operation of that particular team in Asia, the Aston Martin racing operation. And of course, his former teammate in the DC Racing Jackie Chan LMP2 days with Jasmine Jafar.
I always wanted to see how that operation was going to grow. There were rumours at the time, weren't there, that the Jackie Chan operation was actually going to be looking at a Formula One tilt. And I always kind of wanted to see, you know, what that was going to grow into. But yeah, obviously the limitations of racing out here have been, you know, severely hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic. But it's just such a relief now that everybody seems to be, you know, making these great strides to come back. And I really think it's, you know, it's been patiently borne by so many people within this industry, not just the drivers and the teams, but by the organizational teams, by the journalists, by the people who literally have this sport as their lifeblood. You and me both know, you know, the pressures of having your main source of income taken away from you. This isn't just entertainment. This isn't just sport. This is a livelihood for many people. So it must be such a massive relief to know that we're back in such a fantastic situation again. And I think it just gives people hope that, you know, those dark times are now well and truly behind us and we can move forward again.
Well, you nailed perfectly a big part of the issue about racing or any level of competition. It doesn't matter whether it's with a ball or a car or a bat. Sporting suffered a lot over the COVID period too. Certainly people being unable to travel and for many people who could suddenly stay home, even competing nationally became a fair challenge. I know at one stage some of the drivers in Asia that were looking to get out to compete in some events could have been sidelined in quarantine for a month to 6 weeks. And that's too much. The beautiful thing about Asia and part of its success is for most of these drivers, they can jump on a plane after they've finished a race weekend and be back at work Monday morning. And in some cases leave Thursday night and be at the track first thing Friday morning. That's part of the beauty of being able to compete in this part of the world. Everything's so close, just like Europe. But once suddenly the borders were put up and different countries had different rules, it just made so much of a mess of it. But you're very right. It's the people behind the scenes. What were all the mechanics doing? What were all the tyre people doing? What were all the promoters doing? What were all the people that worked at the circuits, keeping them alive and keeping them operational? What were they doing? There was nothing they could do. It was just a matter of sitting and waiting until we could actually get things going again. And that has been a huge challenge. And the hangover of that, of course, is we're here this weekend. We have 13 cars. It is an 8-hour race, not a 12-hour race. But that's not to be looked upon as any level of failure. That is a success because we're here. We are racing with a fantastic quality field. We're set for 8 hours of brilliant competition. And we're rolling again. This is going to kick things off and get this whole crowd, the whole circus. I'll call it a circus. There's plenty of clowns in it, but I'll call it a circus. It's going to get everything rolling again, and that's exactly what we've been waiting nearly 4 years for. So bring it on, I say, bring it on.
Well, we are told that the expected pit lane opening time will be around 1500 hours. So obviously that is a full hour after the expected start time. There will be a shortened start procedure by what we are gathered. The pit exit will be open for 10 minutes. More details will follow. We'll try and keep you up to date with everything as it happens. That does give us a fair bit to talk about. So we can really build up to it as we go. Let's look back over, you know, the uncertainty around this event over the last few years and what a relief it is to actually come back to it. I mean, the last time this event was attempted, obviously, was 2017 when it was part of the SRO calendar. And obviously, that was a really tough time for everybody involved, because Sepang is obviously still trying to move its way forward, having already lost the Formula One contract. There were rumors about whether MotoGP would go the same way, and it must have been quite demoralizing for everybody to lose the 2017 race the way it has. What does this actually mean, Sean, to everybody involved in the industry, to the Malaysian motorsport community, to Top Speed continuing to put on a great event, to the teams and the drivers involved, given what's been happening the last 3 or 4 years? What does this mean to actually get this up and running again?
I think, just as we were saying, this is the foundation for what the future will be for motorsport in this part of the world. And you're talking about Top Speed. David Adegobby's put an awful lot of effort into a lot of categories over many years to bring them all forward, from the Formula Regional Championship now to F4, to what he's done with things like GT Supercar Challenge in China. So much that he's been involved in the One Make series, whether Audi or Lamborghini or Porsche, just trying to help bring all of these things forward. Now, this is a step forward from his organisation to run this whole event in Malaysia and get the wheels turning. But this is also a big glowing neon sign saying we're open. This is the start again of competition happening in this part of the world. And you're right, it gives everybody something to look forward to. It opens the doors again. It gets the industry rolling. It brings a lot of people back into the sport, and it's the perfect foundation for what promises to be probably a growing year again, let's be honest, in 2023, because over 3 or 4 years, things happen, people change, they develop different interests, they develop different habits, they go and do other things, they get older, we've all gotten older. All these things come into play, and it doesn't make it as simple as, okay, you raced in 2018, 19, you were competitive, you had your team, everything's rolling. Right, we're open again for 2023. Let's just fire things up the way they used to be. That's not going to happen. That's the reality. It's going to take a little while. There's been a bit of a hangover left from the pandemic, understandably. There's no problem with that. Everybody's had to deal with that. Different parts of the world, from Europe to America, have dealt with that differently. Here in Australia, we've dealt with it differently, but it's going to take a while to build things up. But I think the other thing that's worth remembering too when you talk about an endurance championship is this isn't a 1 hour sprint race. This is so different to a 1 hour sprint race, and you alluded to this earlier in the program and during qualifying. There's so many different things that need to be included when you are planning to come and do an event like this. It's having the car preparation, refueling rigs, and the refueling process in itself is a completely different thing. The amount of crew that you need, just the logistics of getting the whole thing rolling and making it happen is one thing. But then you've got life. All these things on these cars are life, and a lot of things get replaced before they're at their use-by date. Sadly, in some cases, they don't get replaced before their use-by date, but that's another thing. That's the way things go sometimes. But engine life, gearbox life, differentials, bearings, so many different parts of the car are going to cop 8 hours of racing, where normally over a race weekend they'd have had 2 hours of racing potentially. So that's effectively four race meetings, say 3 race meetings, all coming down to one weekend. So that also has an impact on people being able to say, you know what, 12 hours on this weekend, let's go. We're going to be there. Let's just go racing. There's only so many cars and teams are actually capable of doing that.
You're absolutely right. And I mean, this is the thing as well. I think a lot of people out in Europe and the Americas watching this will not quite understand just the vast complexity of the scale of the difference of coming out of the pandemic in Asia compared to everywhere else in the world. In Europe, we managed to find a reasonable appeasement within about 6 months of the outbreak happening, to the point where we could go racing in a reasonable style within, the following year. America likewise. In Asia, though, Sean, things have been so much different. I don't think people really truly understand just how difficult the complexity of bringing normality back into the Asian countries has been.
Oh, it's been huge. I mean, for instance, I used to do a lot of work in China, in Beijing, with the CTVS team that do a lot of the television for motorsport in Asia. I haven't been there in, I think, nearly 4 years, and it's probably difficult to get back into China to work with that team on site in Beijing, probably for the next 12 months or so, because the rules are different, and they're different for many different countries. It's not just a matter of the borders are closed to everybody. The borders are closed to different countries for different times, depending on where you've been and what your level of vaccination is and all those sorts of things. So it's going to take a while until those things break down into some level of what we could call the new normal. So when that happens, it's going to make things an awful lot easier. But until then, as I say, there's a number of major championships that will kick back up again this year. Some of them, like GT World Challenge, have managed to negotiate that over the last couple of years. They spent a lot of time in Japan as part of the new Japan GT Cup, and they've used Thailand and Malaysia. But traditionally, they'd go to South Korea potentially. They'd go to China. It would be in Malaysia. It would be in Thailand. Maybe 1 or 2 races in Japan. It would be an Asia-wide championship. But at the moment, as you can see from the calendar set for the Fanatec GT World Challenge Asia, powered by AWS, I'll get that right. The calendar, it is pretty much just Thailand and Malaysia, which has been traditional the last couple of years, and Japan. Whereas Carrera Cup Asia, who have been very much China-centric over the last couple of seasons, they are going to move beyond the borders of China into Malaysia, into South Korea, back to Japan and Thailand and Malaysia and Singapore, and get their championship going again. But it's going to take them a little bit of time to get back into it and make that happen. I mean, the other thing too is something like Porsche Carrera Cup Asia is traditionally they've had a number of drivers from Europe. They've had drivers like Earl Bamber and Will Bamber from New Zealand. They've had Aussies like Craig Baird. They've had drivers from Malaysia. They've had drivers from different parts of the Asian region competing in their championship. It's been very much just a China-centric championship over the last 2 seasons, I suppose, and there was an online season the year before that. So that's had a big change to the way they operate. So they've got to break back out into that wider audience and attract people back into their championship. So those things, again, I call it a hangover. It's probably the wrong word, but that hangover is going to go a little bit longer into 2023. But again, coming back to the Sepang 12-hour, is starting this again is going to give people hope that the regions open back up again, and we're going to start to see a little bit of the new normal.
So it's obviously we're in the middle of the build-up to the 2023 Sepang 12 Hours. For those of you who are just joining or are running a little bit late and wondering why we're not starting and why we're not under starters orders at the moment, we are going to be starting approximately 1500 hours local time here in Malaysia. So there is a slight delay. So all those of you who are watching, such as Baron Simkwak Tech, Jackie Chong, and various others who are watching along on the Facebook stream, such as Abinop Nadapen, Roy Mayan Penang, and Akawara Bunkiafon. Thank you so much indeed for your patronage. A massive thanks as well to Sarah Sahadin for her shout out on Twitter for me picking up brownie. She's given me brownie points for knowing about the Merdeka Millennium Endurance Race. I watch way too much motorsport.
Sarah doesn't miss much.
She doesn't miss anything at all. But no, it's been such a long time since Sarah and I actually managed to hang out in person. It actually comes back to Sepang, back here in Kuala Lumpur, way back in 2020, when we first actually met for the first time during the IAMI Asia Cup on the circuit that's just behind this one. And no, fascinating to hang out with the Malaysian motorsport community. That's the thing I like about this part of the world. There is a real passion. There is a real vibe. It's not quite reached its potential yet. It's not quite got to the peak of what it can be. But there is a thirst. You know, there is a yearning amongst the motorsport fan base here to really make it grow. And to have an event like this return, that is such an important factor in that.
There's been some fantastic Malaysian drivers over the many years, thanks to, I'm sure, in a big part to Sepang International Circuit being put together. I mean, you talk about the Jungs. Alex Jung kicked it off. I mean, obviously, he came from a different part of the motorsport world in Malaysia and was probably part of the reason that got the interest going in building Sepang in the first instance. But now we've got Alistair Jung. But you talk about the three, Nabil Jeffrey, Jazeman Jafar, and brain's gone completely blank now, and I'm sure I'm going to absolutely get it between the ears if I don't manage to get Wayron Tan's name back into my brain very quickly, because we've been chatting all morning about him trying to keep us updated during the race because he's down there in the Aston Martin pits. But guys like that did so much for the sport. But even the involvement that Sepang Circuit has in some of the young guys going through MotoGP, through the various levels of two-wheeled motorsport, it's been fantastic, and it's built a huge culture. So those things are great. Now, I'm not sure whether you've seen the picture, but I'm now starting to understand why we have a delay. It seems it's been one of those things that motorsport people will well and truly understand. And it looks to me from the pictures I'm seeing that there has been an incident in a support category race. And I'm assuming there have been support category races going on because we're tucked away, not seeing a lot of what's going on. The turn 1 barriers are being rebuilt. So
Yes.
I can't imagine that they're doing that just because now seemed like a perfectly good time and the weather's lovely. I'm assuming they've done that because something has happened. And as you rightly pointed out during qualifying, we got through 3 sessions. And I think short of people going outside of track limits, we didn't have anybody put a foot wrong, did we? I didn't even see a car
No,
roll.
indeed. No, I think that I think there was only one incident really that was worth picking up on, which was Yinyu Chen. She just ran the slightest bit wide on the way to the braking zone for the back straight. That was it, and it was literally just a couple of wheels out of line, and she elected Betty Chen to just take the car further off onto the runoff area to recover it. That was literally the only incident for the entirety of the 3 qualifying sessions where anybody put a wheel out of line.
It's typical that it wouldn't be our crew that were the ones that were responsible for the delay. But anyway, that's part of the reason, and we understand that the track needs to be made safe, and that's not a 5-minute job. That's certainly a matter of reinstating things back to safe. Of course, this is an FIA-approved circuit. Everybody knows what that means. And therefore, until we get this circuit ship-shape and ready to go, we will not be starting for, what is it now, another 40 minutes. We've managed to talk 15 minutes and wax lyrically
We have.
quite nicely. So what can we do for the next 40 minutes? Short of having to sing. I don't want to sing. I don't have a good singing voice.
I don't need to bring mine out quite this early. But no, and that's an important factor of it. You talk about the safety element and making sure that the circuit is right for it, and we get these frustrations when you've got delays, and I think the fans do sometimes need to get a bit of an understanding of it from a what's the best way of putting this, from an organizer's point of view. I mean, we talk about this so much from a television point of view, we talk about it so much from a racer's point of view, but from an organizer's point of view, we have been there. You and I both have witnessed, either as fans of the sport or at race events, so many times, the attitude of let's just see what happens. And we cannot go back to that. We can never ever, as organizers of motor racing, go back to the idea of let's just see what happens, because that sloppy kind of thinking is how people get hurt. It's how things go wrong, and it's how we get ourselves into hot water. So I'm actually really, really appreciative that the Sepang International Circuit has looked at that and said, okay, we're going to have to delay this for an hour while we get this sorted, because the worst case scenario is the last possible thing that you need to happen at an event like this.
100%. So anyway, they're moving on with their job. We'll get on with our job, and I guess the only thing we can really do is just go back through the field, look at the way qualifying played out. And I was going to ask you earlier in the piece, based on what you saw, it's hard to make a prediction when you're talking about an 8-hour race because so many things can happen. But based on what you saw in qualifying, how do you see the early stages perhaps of the race playing out?
I certainly think in terms of what we're likely to see from the Absolute Racing team, they seem to have a bit of an air of consistency already about them. Particularly if you look at the lap times between Haryanto, Kwai and Winkelhock, there is already quite a uniform and metronomic sort of symbiosis between the 3 of them. They've all managed to get a decent qualifying lap within about a second of each other. Now that's quite an important start to the weekend. If they can do that on the morning of the qualifying sessions, then that bodes well for them over the course of the races. When you look at the next best in terms of consistency, you kind of have to look at R&B Racing. I mean, Ye Hong Lee, Avik Ikwan and Bao Jinlong, they are actually very, very evenly spread in terms of raw lap pace. If anything were to happen to the Absolute Audi, I would probably look at them as the next crew that could pick things up. The Lamborghini Huracan is, quite a thirsty car, so perhaps they might have to be a little bit more daring in terms of fuel strategy. But just looking at the 3 drivers in terms of their overall race pace, in terms of their overall 1-lap run, they actually look like they could be a bit of a dark horse for this one. Yes, they're down in 3rd on the grid for this one, and their drivers are not quite as quick as Jens Klingman and Jesse Krohn. But like you say, this is not a sprint. This is an 8-hour. You've got to look at a team that can have a good and unified strategy that will work over the course of, the entire run. So it has to be very, very even and consistent over the course of 8 hours. And looking at what R&B have produced with Ye, Ikwan and Bao, they actually have a very potentially strong team in their arsenal.
And Afik Yazid, in fact, is one of the most experienced Lamborghini drivers in this part of the world. In fact, if I look back through his spec, he's won the championship in this part of the world a number of times over a number of years too. He's a very experienced campaigner. And what's interesting is he's actually finished second outright in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Series final. So with Kay Cozzolino back in about 2017 from memory. So it's a driver he's a driver who's got a terrific amount of experience in that car. He's been drafted in last minute. He wasn't even on the driver's list when we got it yesterday. He didn't do any practice in the car from my understanding of the timesheets. So he's just jumped straight in, and he's turned out a pretty impressive lap. In fact, if I look at his lap time, he was second out. He did a 2:06.6. So that pace could actually be a lot better. If he's just jumped in cold into that car, then chances are he hasn't dialed himself in. He hasn't done any practice laps. He's basically gone straight out the gate to go qualifying. And he's turned in a 2:06.6. What could he do if he was comfortable in the car? Especially a driver of that caliber. He could be comfortably in the 204s or the low 205s. So then suddenly you've got a team that may well have qualified a little bit higher up, may or may not. It was only 0.8 of a gap to the second placed AAI Motorsport. AAI, it's so hard to say. The AAI Motorsport BMW. So there's a chance that they could have been second on the grid, but second on the grid, 10th on the grid at this stage of the game, it really doesn't matter. How many times in an endurance race have we seen people be last and finish first? I mean, that famous Jackie X one of him walking across the line at Le Mans to start the race dead last, and they went on to win. So, I mean, okay, that was 24 hours. This is a third of that distance, but the reality remains it doesn't really matter for qualifying, but what it does do is it gives us a good indication of exactly what you've pointed out, just who to watch out for.
Yeah, I think that's where you kind of have to identify potentials in terms of how the race can play out. Because if something were to occur at Absolute, their cars are first and fourth on the grid. And you look at the team of, Kix, Cox and Haase, that's obviously got to be an early favourite. They have consistency, they have good strength, they have good speed. All three drivers have won this event in class or overall. So they already come into this with good experience. So that obviously has to come into it. I'm also quite intrigued to see how things will go for the Harmony Ferrari. I have a feeling that even though they're fifth on the starting grid, the speed of David Chen and Alex Imperatore are just going to have a little bit of a knock-on effect once Wu Ruhua really starts to get up to speed. He needs to find a little bit more pace, I think, just to keep the overall strength of the Harmony Ferrari in the game for a podium. One team that could get there, though, as they continue to improve, is EBM Giga Racing. I think they might actually have a little bit more peak strength, particularly with Reid Harker, particularly with Nazim Azman, once he really starts to get into the groove. Also, look at the Craft Bamboo. They have been a little bit hampered by the overall pace of the fastest driver, namely Sandy Stuvik. But again, the overall consistency of Li Liang and Stuvik could actually bode them well if attrition becomes a high factor. The AMG GT3 has a good reputation for longevity. It goes the distance. It's not a particularly unreliable car. It does have core strength for an event like this. So that's another car that I would definitely pick out as one that could challenge for a bit of an outside shot for a podium, maybe even more than that.
And I've got to tell you too, after years and years of watching Jeffrey Lee drive an Audi, he can make a car wider than the complete Sepang International Circuit. Doesn't matter which part of the circuit, straight line, corner, or what, you are not going to get past that number 88 AMG if Jeffrey Lee is behind the wheel. I can guarantee you that right now. So he's going to make things very, very interesting. I'm being a little bit tongue-in-cheek because Jeffrey's done a lot of driving over a long period of time. He's a very, very accomplished driver. He's no spring chicken anymore. That's one thing he's got working against him. But I've got to say, what you were pointing out was very right. And his pace to be doing 208s is particularly impressive. So I think that is a car to watch out for. And of course, you can never discount Craft Bamboo Racing. You were talking about Daryl O'Young, who's got an awfully great pedigree in this level of competition. He's won in Carrera Cup Asia. He's won the Bathurst 12 Hour. He's won so many events around this part of the world. He's been a champion in GT Asia. He's done a lot of good things over many years. Of course, Frank Yu, the patriarch of that particular team, he's done a lot of things too in a GT car in this part of the world. So they'll be very keen to make sure that they're right in it. And Jeffrey is capable of doing some amazing things. Again, he'll be the AM driver in that field. He won the Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup AM category a couple of times in the 8 years that we ran. So he is a capable driver, and he loves his motorsport. In fact, he's put a lot of effort into to getting a circuit going in Taipei that can run at a level of international competition. We look forward to seeing all that kick off in coming years. But he is a very, very competitive driver, and of course we know how good the Mercedes AMG GT3 car is. I mean, really, it has been the benchmark for a number of seasons now in GT competition. So they'll be one to keep a very close eye on.
So we're gearing ourselves up ready for the start. For those who are tuning in late and wanting to know where the start of the race is going to be, it is not that far away now, actually. We are due to start the Sepang 12 hours at 3 o'clock local time, which is in approximately half an hour from now. So it's going to be a really exciting battle going into this Sepang 12 hours of racing. Absolute Racing taking the pole position earlier on with Andrew Haryanto, Yu Kuai and Marcus Winkelhock in their Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. Their combined times ended up being 3.4 seconds faster than the combined times set by Jesse Krohn, Jens Klingman and Chen Wanhua in the AAI Motorsports BMW M4. That's the number 15 car. The R&B Racing, the team that has just returned from a successful campaign in the Formula Regional Middle East Championship in single-seaters, continues their GT journey in the Lamborghini Huracan with Ye Hongli, Mohamed Afik Ikwan and Bao Jinlong. And they're going to be starting from third on the grid on the inside of the second row. Then the Be Quick Absolute Racing car, the second of the cars in their Audi R8 LMS GT3s. That is Henk Kiks, Peter Cox and Christopher Haase that will take over that particular car. The Harmony Racing Ferrari will start P5. That is for David Chen, Alexandra Imperatori and Wu Hua. And then the EVM Giga Racing Porsche will be sixth on the grid, the number 16 of Nazim Azman, Adrian De Silva and Reed Harker. Craft Bamboo bring their AMG GT3 back to the fold in seventh on the grid on the inside of the fourth row. Jeffrey Lee, Liang Jitong and Sandy Stuvik. And then the Viper Nizza Racing Aston Martin Vantage lines up in eighth position on the grid with Dominic Ang, Douglas Koo and Jasmine Jafar behind the wheel, an all Malaysian affair. Ninth on the grid is the second of the AAI Motorsports BMWs, and that is Betty Chen, Piti Berambakti and Tanat Satyan Tirakul, who are going to be in the wheel of that particular car. Ninth on the grid on the inside of row 5. Modern Motorsports Porsche is 10th on the grid. That is Francis Chia, John Shen and Christian Kia, who will be there in 10th on the grid. Then the 11th place car is the AMAC Motorsport car, which is the loudest pit crew in the entire pit lane, according to a journalist I spoke to. The Porsche 911 GT3R of Andrew McPherson, William Porter and Andre Heimgartner. They're alongside the sole and only GT Cup car in the field, the FM Motorsport X Silver Rocket Porsche 911 of Chan Sai Wai, Li Jia and Sean Dong. They start 12th on the grid. And then finally, at the back of the field, it is the third of the AAI Motorsport BMWs of Wei Chi Liu, Shi Wei Shi and Jan Sun Chen. SWAT managed to get through that without tripping over worms once. So that is the 13-car crew. And it's going to be a fabulous race once we do get started. And we are only delayed due to a previous support race causing a damage to the barriers at the first corner. So obviously some structural work had to go into making sure that we could go racing again. For those who are watching on the YouTube feed for Nitro, hello to all those of you who are watching. If you want to subscribe to that channel, you can interact with us. You can also send us messages and questions via the Facebook page. So it's going to be a really exciting situation for all of the contenders, and we are gearing ourselves up ready for the start. And a big thank you to all of those of you who are giving us your patronage. Jake Stanson here in the commentary box alongside my esteemed colleague Sean Henshelwood, and we are going to continue the coverage all the way through the course of events. A massive thank you to the guys at CTVS and Top Speed for putting this fantastic program together. Top Speed down on the ground, CTVS out in Beijing to bring us the coverage. And it is going to be an exciting return to form after an absence of 7 years of this event. Of course, the race taking place last in 2016, that particular race won by an Audi R8 LMS, the team from Audi Sport Team Phoenix, and the drivers Christopher Haase, Lawrence Van Tor and Robin Freins, the ones that came through on that particular occasion. The Pro-Am category won by a Ferrari, There was Morris Chen, Hiroki Yoshimoto, Shinya Hosokawa, and Hiroki Yoshida for the Hub Auto Racing team. And then we had several contenders all the way through the field, but obviously it does take a little bit of time for these things to build up. So we do have 3 classes that we are fighting for. Obviously, we already know the potential winner of the GT Cup category because there is only one car in the fray, and that is, of course, the car belonging to number 101, the FM Motorsports Silver Rocket crew. But there are still battles to come in GT3 and GT3 AM, and the latter category, that's probably one of the most unpredictable of the lot because we have the AAI BMWs up against the Modena Porsche and AMAC Motorsport crew. That could be really interesting to see which of those 4 crews actually comes through for the win, Sean, because in terms of raw pace, there isn't a massive amount between them other than to suggest that Gurumbakti, Satin Tirakul and Betty Chen have a slight advantage in terms of raw one-lap pace, but every other crew in the mix, they're all pretty even.
It is pretty even, and it's going to make for some very, very interesting racing. And whilst you've been chatting, I just fast-forwarded the weather map, the predicted weather map, to 8:30, yes. And the rain cell is north of Kuala Lumpur by about 25 kilometres, and it's heading south. And, of course, we're 45 kilometres south of the KL city centre, which actually hosted a GT race back a few years ago, but that's another point. I digress. We can get back to that a little bit later. That could be a little bit of interest. Now that we've delayed the start for an hour, I'm assuming we're still running the 8-hour full length. By 11 p.m. tonight, we could be well and truly dealing with a downpour. Let's see. It might go around, it might fade away, or it might hit. So that could make things very interesting as we get to the closing stages of this race. So sorry to throw that one in. Hub Auto, we're talking about Andre Heimgartner having done mileage in Asia in the past. And of course, that was with the Hub Auto team, with Morris Chen's operation, who I'm actually surprised aren't involved in this weekend. But again, logistics and everything else going on. It's not just a 5-minute job to stick your car in a trailer and drive to the track, unload it and go racing. It's a big operation. So yes, it was Hub Auto Racing that, and I think it was probably a Ferrari 488 that Andre Heimgartner I last saw punting around Sepang International Circuit. So he has some good experience. I think during qualifying, given where he was, in fact, I think looking at the qualifying times of the AMAC Motorsport Porsche, he was the slowest of the, no he wasn't, AMAC himself did a 2:11, but Heimgartner only got a 2:09.9. Ben Porter, who's a very accomplished driver trainer, he's done a lot of miles, has been a teammate to Andrew McPherson for a number of years, he did a 2:09.2, but given Andre Heimgartner's pedigree and the fact he's racing something all the time, certainly was the pace setter in supercars in Australia last weekend, I would have been surprised not to see him in the high 7s or the 8s, actually. So I reckon they might have had a bit of an issue that they've got to deal with. And, of course, that's an outright GT3 car. And that's another thing I guess we need to talk about, and we could spend a little bit of time talking about, is the difference between GT3 and the difference and GT3 AM.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is one of the things that, it does kind of confuse the issue a little bit, but this comes down to essentially the licenses of the drivers. They do have slight discrepancies between them. Let's say, for example, that we've obviously got, within the fold of drivers in the absolute cars, for example, we have a bronze, a silver, and a pro in the mix of Andrew Haryanto, Yu Kwai, and Marcus Winkelhock, for example. But then when you start looking at the Pro-Am categories, it all comes down mainly to bronzes. So, for example, the Modena Motorsport Porsche, that has John Shen, Christian Kier, and Francis Chaya, they are all bronze drivers. So essentially, it comes down to the levels of the drivers competing.
Oh, it certainly does, and that's something that strategy is another thing. Crikey, I reckon we could talk probably the full 8 hours if we're going to get into strategy. I don't see enough of it from the engineer's perspective, but that is probably the one key word of any endurance race, that how long's a piece of string? That's the black art, that's the black magic. That's what you have your engineers working on computers, working out all the time. It's when to pit, what tyre batch to use. And we talk about tyres, they've got 10 sets for 8 hours. That should be fine. It's a medium compound Hankook. It's a well-qualified racing slick tyre, more than capable of dealing with an hour's race. And when you talk fuel strategy, you've also got to talk how big's the tank? How much can they get out of a car? I think in most of the modern cars, you'll probably see, Jake, 70 minutes of fuel if you're not running too hot. Temperature will come into that, so that will also affect the economy rates of the cars. Then you've got the other element that's going to be interesting so far as strategy is concerned is the driver times. When we're talking about the AM driver, if you've got an AM driver and 2 pros in a car, you want to maximise the amount of time your pro drivers do in the car, but your amateur driver has to do a minimum of 80 minutes. Now that's 2 stints. And if you're talking trying to maximise the tyre life and fuel, and I think you could probably forget the tyre life, because with 10 sets for qualifying and for the race, they've probably still got 8 sets, which you'd say, all right, 8 hours divided by an hour, that seems like a fair amount of time for driver comfort and everything else. You've got a fresh set every time you bring the car into pit lane to run for that next hour. But you've got 80 minutes for your AM driver. You might only want to give him 80 minutes, but it's 120 minutes is the stint. If he has to do 2 stints, that's 120 minutes. Otherwise, now you're starting to jeopardise your strategy. You might be adding another pit stop. Now, you add a pit stop at an international circuit like Sepang, that's a long time. The pit entry, the pit exit, the full length of the pit lane, it's something like 1 kilometre, the main straight, or a little bit under. It's not the full length of that to do the pit in to pit out, but it's certainly a long period of time. You add one more of those to your overall race time, suddenly that strategy's a little bit thrown out the window. So these are all the things that the engineers up and down pit lane are going to have to deal with.
So obviously going into this race, there's a lot of variables. The last time that we competed in this race, it was the full 12 hours. So there was 305 laps by the end of it. If we try and do a sort of a rough calculation, we estimate there's probably going to be about, I would say, 225, 230 laps most likely, roughly. I mean, give or take about 12 laps or so either end, depending on, again, how the weather plays out. If we do get a little bit of a rain towards the end, then that could obviously affect things to a certain degree. So, again, you know, the fluidity of trying to stay relatively flexible in terms of the strategy, that's really going to come into effect, particularly towards the second half of the race. When attrition comes in, it's very high air temperature, ridiculously high track surface temperature, and there's no usable data if you think about it, because the last time that we raced here was 2016. The circuit is still the same circuit, but because it hasn't had a race like this of this kind of length of 8 hours, it completely changes. People come into this with a blank sheet of paper, which is always an entertaining method of coming into a race like this.
And again, we could talk about the impact of the pandemic. Race engineers, and I know there's been a number of, over the years of spending time walking up and down pit lanes of the circuits around Asia, there's been a number of teams employ experienced engineers from Europe or from Australia or from New Zealand. Some of those engineers may not be available to do an event like this anymore. So then you're starting to educate new people. I've seen a couple of experienced guys from some photos so far this weekend down in pit lane that will have the knowledge and the experience to make these teams work and to run things like the strategy and how best to operate it. But some of the crews with pit stops, I remember watching many years ago, there was a famous team in Australia competing, and they used to win all the endurance races quite comfortably, and people say, oh, they're cheating. And I remember the team boss pulled me aside at one stage and he said, just watch this pit stop of one of our rival teams. And the car came in and the guy raced out with the tools to change the tyre, and then realised he had the wrong ones and raced back in again, then raced back out with the jack, and then he pumped the jack up and he'd race back in and get something else. He said, that's not me having a car that's faster than anybody else. That's when we come to something strategic like a pit stop, where you have to be 100% perfect and you have to be mindful of every wasted second. That's not me wasting time. We come in and we go out in the allotted time and we practice it over and over and over again, because at the end of the day, a second on the track takes a long time to make up at times. It can make 3-4 laps sometimes. You see it in races all over the world. A second in pit lane, you make that up by being a little bit more disciplined with the way you operate a pit stop. Suddenly you're way ahead on the track, and those sorts of things start to come into play. So I think you'll find that experience this weekend for a number of these teams may play a part, but it won't be the drivers. It'll be when they come in for those crucial pit stops. And again, in an 8-hour race, it'll be interesting to see going back just how many pit stops they actually made during the course of those races. We haven't got that data at hand, but you'd assume at least 7 stops, maybe 8 or 9. So there's going to be a lot for these teams to work on, and they're going to have to work very hard, because looking at temperatures and times of day, driver comfort's another huge thing. At the moment, the humidity's dropped right back. It's about 50%, but by the time we get to 8 o'clock tonight, it's over 80%, and the air temperature, the ambient temperature, is still 31 degrees. Hongsik John, who is the Hankook representative on the ground this weekend, was telling me that yesterday afternoon, when they were running around in official practice, track temperature was 55 degrees. So you've got all of that coming up through the car. So you're dealing with that. So over an 8-hour period, AM drivers, driver fatigue, and some of these guys aren't as race fit as they would like, because we've been talking about it for the last hour or so. They haven't been on track racing. There's going to be a lot for them to have to contend with. So this is almost like going back to day one at school again. So a lot of these guys are really going to get a bit of a wake-up call. So that's going to make it interesting too. Certainly from our perspective, it'll give us plenty to talk about.
Absolutely right. One of the other things that I find a really interesting factor coming into this one is that there are 2 drivers in the field who are itching to equal the most successful driver record at the Sepang 12 Hours, because you've got Tommy Lee, of course, the Malaysian who won all 3 of the first years of races in the days of the Merdeka Millennium endurance race. Obviously, Tommy Lee won this in a Proton PERT, a TVR Chimera, and a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. Very versatile, managing to get 3 different wins in 3 different cars. The other driver who's won 3 times is Wengson Mok, the Singaporean, who obviously won with Porsche Club Singapore in 2008, and then joined the Clearwater Racing team, another Singaporean team, when he shared the car with Hiroshi Yamaguchi and Craig Baird in 2013, and Gianmaria Bruni and Alif Hamdan in 2014, both times driving the 458 Italia from Ferrari. And there are 2 drivers on the grid who would like to match 3 wins in the Sepang 12 Hours. The first of those is Christopher Haase, who obviously got the win in 2010 with Arrows Racing, not that Arrows Racing, I should point out. It's a different Arrows Racing in their Lamborghini LP 560, when he shared the car with Tunku Hamam and Peter Cox. And then, of course, the very last running of the event in 2016, we've already mentioned that he won with Robin Freins and Lawrence Van Tor in the Autosport Team Phoenix car. But the other driver who could win for a 3rd time here is the home favourite Dominic Ang, who, of course, won both of his races for Mercedes-Benz in the Petronas Syntium team, sharing the car with Masataka Yanagida and Nobuteru Taniguchi. So both of those drivers would dearly love to win this event a 3rd time.
Oh, it's going to be interesting for them. And of course, Mok Weng Sun is an absolute legend in this part of the world. Of course, he's a Malaysian. He took his experiences out of GT racing and certainly cut his teeth at Sepang International Circuit with events like the 12 Hours of Sepang, to go over to WEC and actually compete for Ferrari with the Clearwater team. Took the whole Singapore-based team that ran and based themselves out here at Sepang over to Europe to get into the crux of international motorsport. He desperately wanted to compete at Le Mans, trained himself up, got very, very fit, focused on what he was doing, and they actually, I think from memory, they made a round win during their WEC campaign. Of course, they were in AM category, but very, very good team. Keita Sawa was one of the regulars as part of the team. Of course, Hiroshi Hamaguchi and Mok himself was a very accomplished driver. So that was another brilliant story of just what Sepang International Circuit means to this part of the world. So yeah, that's a great thing. But to see him still hold the record with 3, I'm sure somewhere in the world he'll be sitting back with a big meaty cigar, waiting for this to unfold, just to see if he's going to keep that record of the 3 wins intact, or whether or not somebody else is going to come and get him, because his 3 wins, of course, were in GT cars.
Certainly were. So obviously this is going to be an interesting continuation of the dynasty, if you like. So we're getting ourselves ready for the continuation then and the start of the Sepang 12 Hours. Apologies for those of you who are hoping that we were going to be 47 minutes into the race by this point. So did all the rest of us. Unfortunately, an accident in one of the previous races has meant that some repair work has had to be done to the opening hairpin of the circuit, affectionately known as the Pancor Lout chicane, and that has basically delayed us now to the tune of almost an hour. But we are told that the expected pit exit open will be at 1500 hours, so the race start will be just a little over an hour away from its original intended time. But once we get started again, it is going to be obviously very interesting. So I want to talk a little bit about the sort of the hubbub of Asian motorsport in general, because obviously a race like this is a good factor of that. But just in the last 5 years, I've noticed, and I don't know if you've noticed this the same way, Sean, but there has been a bit of an explosion of interest on a general scale for Asian motorsport, not just in this part of the world, in the Far East, but also in the Middle East. But there does seem to be a real sort of thirst for it. I think, Zhou Guanyu getting his opportunity in Formula One is a very big part of that. And there just seems to be, in general, a bit of a thirst for it. The Chinese film industry recently did a movie, Qi Xiao Feng Yung, also known as Nija, which did very well in the Chinese movie industry, all talking about motor racing. So there is a bit of a hubbub at the moment about this sport in general. And I think that now that we're coming out of the pandemic, this is absolutely a sort of a beginning point. These kind of projects are just going to skyrocket. We're really just scratching the surface of the potential. And I always thought that once Zhou Guanyu got into Formula One, he's been very successful with it. This part of the world is going to see some absolute megastars. And Alex Young, who is here this weekend, who is actually here with Motul doing a press launch, he kind of started this almost all the way back in 2002. And it's amazing to watch it continue.
It is amazing, and I think you look at just what Formula One has done for international motorsport. Of course, it's always been there, and it's something that we've been conscious of, but certainly from our perspective, being involved in media and television, the advent of the Netflix Drive to Survive series and what that has done to motor racing around the world, I don't think you can discount the interest that's promoted within the Asian region as well. So you've got Zhou Guanyu now, as you say, with Formula One. You've got a feast of other young drivers. I know we've got a few from Australia too that are coming through the junior ranks into F3, into F2. Whether they make it like Oscar Piastri has and Zhou Guanyu have through into Formula One, that's yet to be determined. But there's a huge amount of interest in this part of the world. Again, this pandemic issue that has brought everything to a screaming halt in late 2019 into 2020, that has had a massive impact, and it's taken a long time to get over that and to start rebuilding. But I think everybody's ready for it, and we see that with just the interest in the social media. We're going to see that with the interest of this event this weekend, because again, this kind of bookends the start of a new beginning for the Asian region with motorsport. So I think we definitely are on an upward trend. It is frustrating what has happened over the last few years. Certainly China was finding its straps up to 2019 and developing various different GT championships. GT World Challenge had stretched from Europe and America into the Asian region, into both Asia and Australia. The One Make series have existed for a long time, but they were really starting to get some great momentum. And the offshoot of that was you'd see drivers like Andrew Harrianto is a prime example, but there's a number of them in this field that have taken themselves overseas and started to compete in the European Le Mans series or to compete at Le Mans. It's opening their eyes now. So the more you see that too, is the more this will grow. The Asian region will look upon that and say, well, there's Asian drivers actually making good on the world stage, and they're competitive and they're actually going somewhere. So this really is going to take off, and it's only a matter of time. This weekend will be a very big part of that, and we're proud to be a part of it. We're overjoyed to be back here at Sepang, kicking these things back off and starting the Asian region's wheels turning in the motorsport sense again, and building towards what we hope will be a big future. And I don't think there's any chance it won't be a big future for motorsport in this part of the world, Jake, because let's face it, it's really in its early stages. It's in its infancy. People are just starting to become aware of it. People are buying cars. People are racing. Events are starting to happen. There's more circuits. Vietnam now is taking off. Really looking forward to that coming on board with F1 and MotoGP and all those sorts of things. India's starting to get a bit of a resurgence. So I think this middle part of the world that is really missed out over many years is going to start to move forward. So it's really looking very good.
Yeah, I've been really excited over the last couple of years to see how the Asian thirst has really grown. I mean, I was very honoured to be asked to go out to India for their recent Indian Racing League, which was obviously a precursor to the Hyderabad E-Prix that took place a couple of weeks ago. And it's been fascinating. The thirst to go racing on a high level has been absolutely phenomenal. And if you look at what's going to happen over the next sort of 10 years, the driving talent potential that's going to break through and put more Asian nations on the map. You look at Enzo Tanvanitschkul, the young man from Thailand who's just joined the Red Bull program. He was the karting junior world champion last year. He is a really exciting prospect for the future, and I think people are really going to start to fall in love with him as an ambassador of motor racing. You've got William Goh from the Philippines, who's been racing around the circuit just behind us to great success and great effect. He's going to be one to watch out for as he climbs the ladder now that he's competing in the European Championship this year. You've got Hoang Dat Sauer from Vietnam, who's now going to be competing in Europe for the first time full-time this year. Chi Newman and Chu Yan Pu, the Chinese drivers. You are, again, you know, we used to talk about these guys as novelty acts. Now they're racing at the front. There is a real thirst now for these international superstars to emerge and put these countries on the map that have just never really been there.
You're right, 100%, and that's what's exciting about being involved in motorsport in this part of the world, is that it's just it's just beginning. It's really just finding its straps, and it's going to actually turn in some incredible drivers over time, and we see that a lot. And the fact that you've got manufacturers like Audi with their junior program, what's happened with Carrera Cup Asia. I know Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia are doing a lot of those sorts of things too. They're really working on taking these young talents, and because of these one-make series, they actually occur in different parts of the world. You've seen them all. You've seen them in Europe. They happen in America. So they're not just competing locally. Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, I was almost falling over myself then, have their world final this year. I think it's in Vallelunga in Italy. So you're taking these drivers to a different part of the world. They conduct the final and 6th round of the championship for the Asian Series at Vallelunga on the race weekend, where they take the top teams from America, Europe and Asia and pit them together in a world final. So it's giving these drivers more experience on a full international level. And again, you can't discount an event like the 12-hour where you're bringing drivers from overseas. Here we have 2 factory Audi drivers. We have some factory BMW drivers. They're setting the mark, and you often hear about, oh, those guys are so good. Yes, they are so good, but you've got a benchmark then to work with. And when you can see someone like Andrew Harrianto, who's no spring chicken, he's not a young man anymore, he's running within a second of a factory Audi driver, who's similar age, I might point out, but he's running within a second of him. This guy pushes a pen every day, drives a car to work. He doesn't race cars professionally. Marcus Winkelhock does. He's doing driver training. He's in simulators. He's doing all those things to keep himself fresh. And yet Andrew Harrianto is only a second slower on an outright lap of the Sepang circuit. That's pretty impressive. So I think probably if you look back 20 years ago, people might have thought, well, I can't do that, because you don't have the opportunity. You don't have circuits like Sepang International Circuit. Now you've got Sepang, you've got Korea International Circuits, you've got Shanghai, Vietnam's coming online. You've got all these world-class international circuits that bring Formula One, which builds interest itself, but it gives the drivers a chance to actually compete on the same piece of racetrack against some of the best drivers in the world and realise, hey, we actually can compete. We're actually capable of racing these guys at an outright level. And you can't discount the value that that has too in the growth of the sport in the region.
Absolutely. What was that quote from the movie Field of Dreams? Build it and they will come.
Absolutely. I think you're 100% right. Now, I'm seeing on screen, as no doubt you are, from the information that we have at the moment, that expected pit opens now at 3:20.
Yes, indeed. Yes. So
that pushes things on just a little bit more. We were only a couple of minutes away from what we expected we're going to be, so we'll stay with us. I'm sorry if you're sick of hearing certainly my voice. It's much better listening to Jake's experience and his dulcet British tones.
Well,
that's always been the sound of motorsport worldwide. But
you know what? It's quite funny. Britain and Australian on the. I very nearly compared us to Brian Johnston and Jonathan Agnew at one point, because we just continuously find stuff to talk about. We just continuously seem to be finding things to talk about to keep people active and keep the flow going. But
we could talk music, but I go back to an era that nobody really wants to remember, so it's probably best that we try and avoid that.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do, folks. We're really appreciative of you guys sticking with us. Obviously, now we have that update that we're going to be hopefully at pit exit open at 3:20 p.m. Malaysian time. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a pause in our proceedings. The feed will stay active. Do please stick around. When we get closer to the time, we will return. But it has been fantastic to share the company with you for the last hour and a half or so. We will continue to focus on the build-up. If there is any further information to give you, then we will, of course, focus in on that as well. From myself, Jake Sanson and Sean Henshelwood, we will continue to be trackside, and we will get you closer to the start of the proceedings. But do stay with us. The Sepang 12 hours is not far away.
Tahu nak tengok briefing. Lalu depan sini steady. Cam7 ada signal ke Cam7? Cam7 ada signal ke Cam7? Cam7 oh, I sudah buka oh. Oh, kuya titik he ke. Signal ah. Lu cam chỉnh bộ hoa men hả? Oh, okay, okay, okay. So what's exactly the starting time?
wait is finally over. It is time for one of the most eagerly beloved and eagerly anticipated races to get underway as the Alfa Romeo Owners Club Parade tours around the Sepang International Circuit. We are about 20 minutes or so away from the start of the 2023 Sepang 12 Hours. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening everybody, wherever it is that you are watching from. We hope you're looking forward to a fantastic day of race action. I'm Jake Sanson. My colleague Sean Heselwood will be giving us plenty of play-by-play through the course of the day as well. It's going to be a really exciting battle in the Sepang 12 Hours. Unfortunately, we have been delayed somewhat due to the difficulties of the previous support races and activity. There was a barrier that needed to be repaired at the first corner. Fortunately, that has now been done, so we are now getting ourselves ready and underway for the spectacle that is the Sepang 12 Hours even. It is great to come back to this race, the first time since 2016, and there's already been a plethora of activity, excitement and anticipation coming into this first race for 7 years of its kind on the Sepang International Circuit, built and designed by the great Herman Tilke, and the first major international event taking place on the circuit's opening in 1999. After 2.5 decades, the motorsport flavour is still alive and kicking here in Malaysia, and in what is now the 25th year of operation, it is great to see the Sepang International Circuit return to endurance racing, thanks to the guys and girls at top speed. We are now getting ourselves ready for the first of these incredible 12-hour enduros in what we hope is going to be the series of the annual event returning, and we are very excited to see how it is all going to play out here on the circuit. So there's obviously been a real anticipation and a real excitement for this event. The Alfa Romeo Owners Club Parade giving us a real thirst for it. The thing about these events is it's not just about the contenders and the competitors racing at this level, but it is also very much about the competitors and their friends getting involved in the racing. It really is going to be a fabulous weekend, and hopefully the first of many at this point. If you were here at the start of the broadcast, myself and Sean Heselwood were able to talk and wax lyrical about many of the issues that have surrounded bringing this race back to the forefront once again, and all of the hard work that has gone into this, all of the difficulties that have come out of the worldwide pandemic of COVID-19, and how we are now ready to go racing once again. It is great to see so much excitement and charisma to bring this great event back to the floor. And as you can see, it's not just the drivers who have had fun. A lot of spectators and even photographers have been able to get close to the action and have some fun around the Sepang International Circuit. It is one of the most exciting in the motorsport spectrum. Great to see so many people getting treated to life at speed around this fantastic race circuit, which has seen so many great motor racing events over the course of the last 24 seasons of racing. This is the 25th year of operations for this great circuit, and everybody just getting themselves geared up and ready for another exciting show. But we're going to have more great motorsport as the day continues. Obviously, with the 13 cars and the grand total of 39 drivers that are going to take to the circuit over the 8-hour race that is to come. I know that the Sepang 12 Hours is the name of the event, but that is in concurrent with its history. The race itself will actually go for 8 hours, partly due to the logistical challenges of running a 12-hour race straight after a worldwide pandemic, but also due to logistical constraints. But we are now going to be looking at a checkered flag finish of about midnight here in Sepang, due to the delays from the repair of the barrier earlier on. But that does change the strategy of the race quite significantly for quite a few of the teams. So it's going to be a very interesting situation, made even more so. As you can see, the fun and games out on the circuit has been very widespread, as drivers have been treating friends and journalists alike to sample the world of speed on the Sepang International Circuit. The Motul VIP hot laps have been very much in earnest, and of course one of the drivers I believe involved in that has been Alex Young, who was the Malaysian Formula 1 driver that took part in races during 2001 and 2002, really giving us plenty of sideways action around the course. not just enjoying the excitement of the action on circuit, but doing so in the most spectacular and leery of fashions possible, as it should be. The fans and the guests and dignitaries should be entertained royally while they're out there on the course, and the Motul VIP drivers have definitely risen to the occasion to give the honoured guests the chance of the real flavour of experience around such a phenomenal race circuit. So this particular event, the Sepang 12 Hours, already has a pretty exciting history. It all came off from the start of an incredible battle in 2000 when the Proton Eon Racing team took victory from Jimmy Lowe, with Jimmy Lowe, Karamajit Singh and Tommy Lee, who would go on to win the next two races in a TVR Chimera and a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup over the years. The battles continued from time to time, and through the years there were more great races as the GT3 era of the event dawned. The teams from G1 Meritus, Honda Malaysia, Proton R3, Hong Leong Kincana, Porsche Club Singapore, Arrows Racing and Petronas Cintium all checked into town before Clearwater Racing and the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT and Audi Sport Team Phoenix Crews came to clean up a few years after that. The last running of the event was in 2016, the race being won by Christopher Haase, Robin Freins and Lawrence Vantor, one of which is back here today, namely Christopher Haase, hoping to become the joint most successful race winner, having won twice already, along with Dominic Ang, and they are hoping to equal the records set by Tommy Lee and Mok Weng Sun, who have also won the event 3 times. So there's going to be some exceptional competitors. It's going to be also a very interesting situation for Jazeman Jafar, who back in 2016 became the youngest participant of the MMER in 2007 at the age of just 14. And now he is here to return and will do a sensational job actually competing in the event this time as a driver. This will be a sensational situation for all of the competitors out there on the course. But there are some great stories that are yet to be told around this phenomenal race circuit. Great to see the dignitaries really soaking up the spoils of this great circuit. And they've definitely kept everybody entertained. Great work from Motul to bring the guests and the dignitaries as close to the action as humanly possible. And we really have had some great times. Do keep the conversation going. If you're a subscriber to Nitro, which is the YouTube stream channel, do please let us know how you're going to be watching the races and who you are cheering on as well. And your company is going to be very greatly appreciated indeed. We're very excited about how the races are going to play out, and certainly the incredible battle that is set to come is going to be quite extraordinary. We've got so many hot contenders trying to work their way through the mix. But it is quite incredible to consider that after a 7-year break, we are returning to the world of the Sepang 12 Hours, and this great race returns. Now we are bringing you live pictures from down on the start-finish straight, and we're going to talk you through the contenders on the starting grid. You're looking currently at the team that's starting up second on the grid, the AAI and Motorsports BMW crew of Chen Chenhua, Jens Klingman and Jesse Krohn. They are lining up alongside Andrew Haryanto, Yu Kuai and Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi from Absolute Racing. R&B Racing will be there in their Lamborghini Huracan in third place for Ye Hong Li, Mohammed Afik Ikwan and Bao Jinglong. But there are the pole sitters in the yellow and white Audi R8 LMS GT3. Andrew Haryanto, Marcus Winkelhock and Yu Kuai are going to be the drivers that will take this one on. Marcus Winkelhock, of course, the man who led the European Grand Prix in 2007, the only Formula One race he would ever start. And at the same time, he was able to turn that into a spectacular opportunity. And he holds a record that no other racing driver holds. The only Grand Prix that they started, and they led it. So on the second row of the grid, as I mentioned, the R&B Racing team in their Lamborghini Huracan. And you're looking at the sister car for Absolute Racing, the Be-Quick car. This is Henk Kix, Peter Cox and Christopher Haase behind the wheel. they're going to have a sensational time off the start, I'm sure, as they will try to work their way forward right from the outset. It'll be an interesting challenge to see who comes away from the first half hour or so with everything intact. Andrew Harrianto is going to be starting the race for Absolute. At AAI Motorsports, it's going to be Chen Chunhua. Afika Kwan will start for R&B Racing, and it'll be Henk Kieks, who you were just looking at in the cockpit of the Be Quick Absolute Racing car that is next up. There is the team in third position on the grid, the R&B Racing crew. And as I mentioned before, it's going to be Afika Zid who will take the starting of the race, with Ye Hong Li and Bao Jintong also sharing that particular car. The Lamborghini Huracan going off third position on the starting grid on the inside line. Of course, it is a rolling start, so everything will be fairly closely matched as the drivers come off that final turn. But the fans are really enjoying the scene that greets them on the start-finish line. There's nothing quite like a starting grid for an endurance race. There's a real flavour of an atmosphere. I was very fortunate to be able to take a walk around the starting line of this year's Dubai 24 Hours, and the mecca of noise and the wall of excitement from people was just fascinating. Nazim Azman, Reid Harker and Adrian De Silva for the EBM Giga Racing team in their Porsche. They'll be starting the race from 6th on the grid. It's Adrian De Silva who is actually going to be starting the race for them. And the Harmony Racing team in their Ferrari are going to be going off P5 in the number 488, appropriately enough, considering that is the spec of Ferrari that will be racing, the Ferrari 488. And it's going to be Wu Ruwa that will start the race. There is the number 488 Ferrari. David Chen, Alexandra Impratori, and Wu Ruwa will be starting that race. And it's going to be an interesting one for the team who line up in 5th position. So many exciting factors to come ahead of this 8-hour endurance challenge. Myself and Sean Henshelwood will be sharing commentary duties throughout. Do please tweet us or keep up to date with us on the live streams, whether you're commenting on Facebook or on YouTube. You're more than welcome to drop us questions and comments, and we'll do our best to run through them at various points through the course of the race. There's the Viper Niza Racing team, 8th on the starting grid, Douglas Koo, Dominic Ang and Jasmine Jafar. Jasmine Jafar, the youngest man ever to participate in a race weekend at the Sepang 12 Hours back in 2007 when he was just 14 years of age. And now, well, quite a few years have passed since then, and he is very much gunning to try and win the event. And Douglas Koo, as I mentioned, we saw in the Viper Niza Racing car. He's going to be taking up his position 8th on the grid. There's the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. Jeffrey Lee, Yang Jutong and Sandy Stuvik, who was actually the fastest driver in qualifying 1. So there could be a very interesting charge through at various stages of the race for the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. Keep an eye on them. They do have a chance of a podium as far as I'm concerned. And those 8 cars that we mentioned are the 8 cars competing in the GT3 overall category. Everybody else is either in GT3 AM or in GT Cup. But the beauty of having a nice and compact grid is the time to talk to everybody. There is the AAI Motorsports BMW, and it's going to be Tana Sathintirakul that will start the race for the team. Lining up in P9 on the grid. And it's going to be an interesting challenge for them. They are obviously the favourites coming into this one as they take effectively what is the GT3 AM pole position. But there you are. Betty Chen, Piti Binambakti and Tana Sathintirakul will be the 3 drivers that captain the effort for BMW in the AAI Motorsports crew. They are the favourites to go for the GT3 AM category. However, this is the team from the Viper Niza crew. They are the car just starting just in front. There they are, Douglas Koo, Dominic Ang and Jasmine Jafar. Jasmine Jafar being the man on the right of your screen in the overalls. But the Viper Niza team definitely looking very hungry to come through and steal some success here at Sepang in the 12 Hours. We're going to see a fascinating situation as the drivers continue to work their craft forward. Alongside the AAI Motorsports car, which is 9th on the starting grid that you saw a little while ago, is the Modena Porsche, and it's John Shen that will start that particular car. In the AMAC Porsche, it's going to be Will Porter that will start the race, the Australian. And Will Porter will hand the car over later in the day to Andrew McPherson, of course. Over at the FM Motorsport and Silver Rocket team, Lee Jia has ended up having some kind of difficulty, some kind of discomfort. But they will be starting from 12th position on the grid regardless. And then Liu Weiqi is going to be starting at the back of the grid in his AAI Motorsports BMW. The contenders are gearing up ready for the start, and obviously once we've had our formation lap, we'll be then sent into the race action for 8 hours around the Sepang 12 hours circuit. It'll be a really interesting fight. The Absolute Racing team definitely have speed and strength, but if the attrition rate raises high, then you've got to look to the likes of R&B Racing, Craft Bamboo, and maybe even EBM Giga Racing. The Viper Aston could still play its role in this one as well. And the AAI Motorsports crew are obviously hoping that their GT3 Pro car can have a really exciting run. 10 minutes to the start of the formation lap, which is a very good sign indeed. Obviously, they're going to need, I would say, probably about 3.5 minutes to start the formation lap so that the timer can start to tick down on the main straight here. So down to the braking zone they go. Here's the Sepang circuit, 15 corners in total, 5.5 kilometers in length. It is truly a sensational circuit, and it includes a very diverse mix of slow, tight hairpins, fast, radiant sweepers, and a lot of elevation changes as well on a circuit that's going to get to the high 50s in terms of temperature in the air. So it's going to be very, very difficult for everybody, but fortunately, the contenders in the Sepang 12 hours, they've actually now figured out they've got to spend a little bit more time preparing and getting themselves together. So Absolute Racing and AAI Motorsports on the front row of the starting grid for this one. There is the Modena Porsche, very distinctive by its flamethrower livery. John Shen will be the car that starts the race for that one. There is the pole-sitting Absolute Racing car, with Andrew Haryanto lining up in pole position in that car to run the team forward up to the front end of the field. At the AAI Motorsports BMW, you can just make it out on the right of your screen there in the middle of the gaggle of people, as everybody wants to get close to the car that could end up winning this event. Now there is the BMW of, I think that's Jens Klingman, or is that Jesse Kroon? He's getting himself geared up and ready for the race in front. Very exciting times as the Sepang 12 hours finally gets to come back, and we get to watch every single minute of it. It'll be a really interesting battle. Yes, there may only be 13 cars on the grid, but the quality has not overridden the quantity here too massively. It's been fantastic to see that you've got top-level teams from Asia coming to battle for the first Sepang 12 hours for 7 years. So the quality really is sky high here at Kuala Lumpur. Very lucky that are there. Such a early race fan. I've done it a few times, and as I said before earlier in the program, able to do so for the Dubai 24 Hours at the start of this year. The Valentino Rossi mayhem was like nothing I had ever witnessed before on a starting grid. There's a real flavour and thirst of excitement in GT racing. You get so many fascinating dynamics taking place over one weekend. The cars look sensational. The drivers are all very impressive to behold, especially at this level. We've got an F1 driver, a World Touring Car star, British Formula 3, European and World Formula 4 contenders, Formula 4 champions, various GT winners in various contests. But this is quite specialised and quite an exciting moment for all of the competitors taking part. The 13 cars total. Andrew Haryanto will start for Absolute Racing. Chen Chenhua will start for the AAI Motorsports BMW. Then R&B Racing will be led by Mohamed Afiq Iqwan. Then the Be Quick Absolute Racing team starting fourth on the grid. That is Henk Kieks. Harmony Racing's Ferrari has Wu Hua lining up in fifth on the grid. Sixth position, the EBM Giga Racing team of Adrian De Silva. And then Jeffrey Lee. And that is the Graf Bamboo car that Jeffrey Lee will be starting. Quite an incredible story around this one. I'm sure that into the small wee hours of the race, we'll be able to share all these kind of stories with you. There is the crew from AAI Motorsports BMW number 90, and it is Liu Weiqi who will start the race with Shi Weishu and Chen Junsan still in the mix of that particular team as well. So the contenders gearing up. I was going through who are the starting drivers for each car. There is the 51. That is the AMAC Motorsport car, and that's going to be started by William Porter, the Australian. So they're coming straight into this with eyes wide open. So is everybody taking their positions around the circuit in the hope that they're going to have a really solid race of it. It's going to be very intriguing to see how it all plays out. Look at the guests here having great fun around the circuit. 5 minutes to the start of the formation lap. And the Sepang 12 Hours of 2023 can finally get underway. There may have been some delays. 7 years if you count the absence between two races. But we are finally getting to where we want to be off the start. And that is very exciting news indeed. There is the number 12 on the grid. That is the 101, the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket Porsche of Chan Sai-wei, Li Jia and Sean Tong. And all of those competitors will get their chance, hopefully, behind the car at full tilt. But the competitors are giving us some really exciting battles to come. And around this particular circuit, I'm sure, you know, the battles will rage right from the outset. Do please send us your messages and send us who it is that you're going to be working their way forward. Sean King just pointing out that it's Ben Porter, not William Porter, that is in the car. So not entirely sure why the discrepancy on the graphic, but at least we now know that it's Ben Porter who is at the wheel of that car. I'm sure I'll trip over that a few times over the course of proceedings, and I apologise for that in advance. The R&B Racing Lamborghini, Afik Yazid, will start the race, along with his teammates Ye Hong Li and Bao Jinlong, as they try to make progress. This terrific circuit is definitely going to showcase what's great about these cars and what's phenomenal about racing in Asia, as so many drivers will want to give us a real taste of the excitement factor in this part of the world. But when we finally get underway, all of this incredible and phenomenal planning, all of this amazing hard work that has been brought together to the fore will really be evident. Nazim Asman, Adrian De Silva and Reid Harker. Good potential in this team. Could go all the way to the top step of the podium if things go their way. And certainly a podium is looking even more odds on. As the contenders are just doing their final pre-race checks. And when we say final pre-race checks, they're looking at everything from brake temperature to engine temperature to water temperature in the radiator, all sorts of different bits and pieces that the mechanics can spot, look into and adapt to on race day. There is the Harmony Racing machine, shared by David Chen, Alexandra Imperatori and Wu Ruhua. And that is the number 488 car, gearing itself up ready from 5th position on the starting grid, that particular car of the 13 that will take the start of the Sepang 12 Hours 2023. Obviously, it is a race with a lot of sentimental value, but it's also a real technical challenge for the drivers. So you do get that incredible sense of well-being from knowing, actually, that the battle is going to be a good one, that we're going to see some great duels. So there is Jasmine Jafar, Douglas Koo and Dominic MG. They are, I think, are being greeted by a couple of their guests, trying to work their way around the course. Here is the number 65, the Niper Visa Aston Martin. Unfortunately, it looks as though someone might have beaten me to it. But there is the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. Sandy Stuvik, Liang Jitong, and Jeffrey Lee behind the wheel of that one, the number 88 car. And it is going to be a good start to proceedings as far as they are concerned. They have absolutely no qualms about how tricky it's going to be, but certainly for Jeffrey Lee, he has been in this situation before. He'll start 7th on the grid this time. And there's going to be a lot of opportunities for overtaking, I think, on the first 2 or 3 laps. Here's a good look at the Hankooks that are being used across the board for this race. And the sun comes out onto the main start-finish straight just as the grid is being cleared. The 2023 Sepang 12 hours. What a great start to proceedings. 15 seconds to the start of the formation lap. And now we are prepared to see what these races can finally give us. It's been a long build-up. But now we're in a great position. Now we are where we need to be. And as the safety car sets off, the formation lap can finally begin here at the Sepang 12 hours. The first time this race has run for 7 years. What a spectacular development it is to see these cars weave around the circuit and get themselves up to speed. I shall join you for the first half an hour, and then we will have some rotation at every subsequent hour after that point between myself and Sean Henshelwood. And then we will take you to the finish line at around midnight Malaysian time. It's going to be a very brutal day. It was already going to be an intense one. It was already going to be very tough. But now, even more so. So the drivers will be expected to be in grid formation at the exit of turn 14, which is, considering that turn 15 is the final bend, it's going to be the very last corner. Drivers going through. The Absolute Racing Audi out in front. Andrew Haryanto behind the wheel. The AAI BMW second off the start for Chen Chunhua. For R&B Racing, it is Afik Iqbal, who is there in position, or Afik Yazid, as he is also known. And the Be Quick Absolute car alongside for Henk Koeks. There is still more to talk about. The Harmony Ferrari of Wu Ruwa, it will start 5th. The EBM Giga Racing team has Adrian De Silva behind the car. Then the Craft Bamboo AMG of Jeffrey Lee. And finally, in this category, the Viper Racing team for Douglas Koo. The other 5 cars behind them, the AAI Motorsport BMW of Tanad Satan Dirak. So Tanad Satan Dirakul. And then alongside the Modern Motorsports, it is John Shen. Andrew McPherson, you want it right. First man to the moon. But Andrew McPherson could well be the fastest man to the moon if all goes according to plan. The AMAC Motorsport car, Li Jia, lining up alongside in the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket car, the only GT3 Cup car in the mix. And then Liu Weiqi for AAI Motorsports taking up the back of the grid. But this is set to be a really enjoyable race. And just because Absolute Racing have come out of the blocks and gone for the win straight away, this does not mean at all that they are going to be the favourites to make it happen. They still have to get the hard work done. The 2 rows are in position out of turn 14 as we expected. We are not far away from the start of the Sepang 12 hours. So Andrew Haryanto's got to control the pace here from Chen Chunhua, with Afik Yazid and Henk Koeks in the R&B and Be Quick Absolute cars behind them. All too well aware of the lead they could happen if things go horribly wrong. So Andrew Haryanto and Chen Chunhua bring the field round at the final turn. And ladies and gentlemen, it's been 7 years of waiting, but we finally get to go racing on the Sepang International Circuit for an endurance challenge. The race for the Sepang 12 hours gets underway. And it's a great start at the front. Andrew Haryanto is going to let Chen Chunhua get a little bit further ahead. The BMW trying to beat the Audi to the first corner. But the 2 cars are going to make a run of it. They actually bang doors, and round the outside comes the Ferrari. A brilliant start from Wu Ruwa. And they're going to go 3 wide for the lead here. The Ferrari took the lead very briefly, but the absolute Audi is going to get back in front. And it's door-to-door between him and the AAR BMW of Chen. But the race is well and truly underway as they drop down out of the first sector, up the climb for turn 4. And a perfect start, a really exciting one. And it looks as though that's the R&B Lamborghini coming through of Afik Yazid, who has now come up to second position. The 2 BMWs are now in 3rd and 4th. I think that's Tanat Sathan has worked his way further forward. Tanat Sathan Thirakul, I should say, has worked his way forward. But look, the R&B Lamborghini running very well there in second place behind our race leader, who is, of course, the absolute racing machine of Andrew Haryanto. Haryanto all over the back then of the very talented man up front, Andrew Haryanto, under some pressure from Afik Yazid. In for the right-hander. We're getting towards the end of the first lap of the Sepang 12 hours here. But you can sense that the Lamborghini wants to get past the Audi nice and early. Big slide down the hill. And is this going to be the chance for Afik Yazid? He wants to be very careful. It's an 8-hour race. Don't go all gung-ho unless you know you've got the car and the strategy right, unless you know you've got it underneath you. So Andrew Haryanto leading away from Mohamed Afik Ikwan. So still the competitors rage on, and they will come through at the end of the lap. But the Audi leads the way by the merest skin of his teeth. Andrew Yanto, a very tough battle so far. It's getting a little bit lower down. But it's Andrew Haryanto who leads the way for Absolute Racing. R&B in second, and the AAI Motorsport cars of Tanat Sathan Thirakul and Chen Chenhua in 3rd and 4th. Then Wu Bruwa in the Ferrari, up into the lead very briefly at one stage. But it has now settled down a little bit for the Harmony Ferrari. They are now in 5th position. What a start. What an incredible launch from the Sepang 12 hours it's been. And that's the R&B Lamborghini now trying to shake off the attentions of Tanat Sathan Thirakul, who is trying to move the way forward. The Absolute Racing battle is now well and truly joined as Andrew Haryanto is trying to shake off Afik Yazid in the Lamborghini for R&B Racing, but Tanat Sathan Thirakul is not far away either. So this is Audi versus Lamborghini all over again. They continue to battle away for supremacy. Trying to dive through on the inside to take the lead, and that is the move from the Lamborghini from the R&B Racing team on lap 2. Coming through to take over the lead already. So Afik Yazid has managed to bring the R&B Racing Lamborghini into the lead on only the 2nd lap of the Sepang 12 hours. So we've already had a couple of good battles. On the opening lap we had 3 wide for the lead, but none of those 3 cars, and now the car that currently leads the way, that is the R&B Racing machine of Afik Yazid. Andrew Haryanto having a really solid run of it as well. So still they continue to duel down the straight. Looking good for Afik Yazid, who has a good car underneath him. Clearly wants to try and stretch away and find a little bit more time. Is this going to be a move for second up the inside from the BMW? Thought better of it in the end. Tanat Sathan Thirakul trying to go for the move, but on the exit, Andrew Haryanto is going to drop the absolute Audi and run wide, and this is going to be enough for Tanat Sathan Thirakul, the Thai driver, to get through. He's a nose in front at the line, but he's now going to finish the job into the first corner, unless, of course, the Absolute Racing Audi starts to kick in. No, it does not. He hasn't got safety in numbers. So, very tricky race battle going on. So down the drop on the 3rd lap here of the Sepang 12 hours. 7:55 to go. Up the climb once again, up to the top of the crest. And it's R&B Racing that leads the way. Now, we've had a spinner further round. It's the Viper Nizza Aston of Douglas Koo that spun the car at turn 14, but has been able to rejoin and continue. So that is good news for Douglas Koo and the Aston Martin crew. So that doesn't change the fact that we have had a drop down the order. Meanwhile, we've got Great little duel kicking up between Modena, the Be Quick Absolute car, and the AMAC Motorsport machine. Now, why is the Be Quick Absolute car all the way down in 10th? I'm not entirely sure, but they've had a miserable day at the office so far. And Kicks, of course, is making his comeback to racing essentially with this race. But that's still quite the shock to see the Be Quick Absolute Audi so far ahead of me in the points of things at the moment. So the R&B racing crew trying to stretch out the gap at the moment. So the gaps between the two AAI Motorsport cars are still very, very strong. On to the back straight. Looks like that battle has just eased up a little bit, but it's definitely very exciting. So down the back straight, Afi Yazid leads the way for R&B. Tanat Satharakul is currently there in second position. A bit of a look at the inside there from the Mercedes AMG. That is the car from Craft Bamboo. Jeffrey Lee taking on Wu Ruwa. But Jeffrey Lee trying his best. This is Ferrari versus Mercedes. The age-old story continues. But I think Jeffrey Lee's got a great run on Wu Ruwa. I don't think that Ferrari's going to be able to hang on to fifth position for much longer. And just to prove the point, through goes Jeffrey Lee. But does he shut the door in time? Only just in time for Wu Ruwa. Ruwa just getting a little bit frustrated with turning points or steering points or whatever it might be that's held him up there. But Jeffrey Lee in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes has got through into fifth position, and it does look as though Adrian De Silva of the AAI Motorsports team will also confuse her. So just how intense is the racing going to be as things continue? Up the inside, the Porsche trying to make the bid on the inside of the Ferrari. And they go side by side as round the outside. Epic run from the EBM Giga Racing car. Up the order they come. Adrian De Silva making good use of the traction off the outside line of those particular corners. That's where he was able to make the move and make the bid stick. There's going to be some more terrific battles through the course of proceedings here. On the inside, looks like a move from one of the BMWs on the inside of the Ferrari. It is indeed. That is Liu Weiqi, I do believe, getting through. So the Ferrari of Wu Ruwa, who was leading going into turn one around the outside, has now tumbled all the way back into, I'm trying to do the math very quickly here, I think that's down to 7th. It's not with the rest of starts for the Harmony Ferrari. Nothing but harmonious at this moment. Certainly for the favourites, no worries at all, because they have already executed their first strategy. Or is that a Platinum looking, driving off? It does seem as though he has an incredible challenge in front of him. The AAI Motorsport BMW desperately trying to fend off again from the Ferrari, and Wu Ruwa trying to take on the BMW. He'll have the slipstream. Will he be able to commit to the inside line at the first hairpin, effectively known, of course, as Pankor Laut? Not going to come through. The BMW is going to drift a little bit wide. The Ferrari just isn't close enough to capitalise. That's the biggest difficulty there. So still a tall order, still a tough race incoming. The drivers are working hard. 10 minutes into the Sepang 12 hours. Of course, the full duration of distance is going to be 8. Just to build us up in 2023. Next year, hopefully, we'll get the full 12. And as you can see, climbing up the hill. Very tricky situation indeed, as the Ferrari continues to hustle the AAI BMW. This is between Liu Weiqi and the Ferrari driver. This is Wu Ruwa, I should say. Still trying to get the moves on the inside there. Porsche really has run the Pearson ragged. Always a fascinating challenge to see who's going to get the better of it in these early stages of endurance racing. Watch the Ferrari trying to come round the outside now of the AAI Motorsports BMW. Liu Weiqi trying to keep the BMW as wide as possible. Wu Ruhua still trying to get through, and behind them, that is the Be Quick Absolute Racing, I do believe. So still the battles rage, and look who's getting into the party now as well. It's Henk Kieks, the Be Quick Absolute car. They go down the back straight. The slipstream's going to be pretty mega. And suddenly the Audi is going to be looking for a manoeuvre, or possibly even two, going into turn one. As down the far side, bit of a twitch there from Liu Weiqi. I think it's just dawned on the man in second position in that battle. Run down the main straight together. Is there going to be a slingshot manoeuvre from the Ferrari? Just too far back on the BMW, which moves to cover anyway. But now there's a tiny gap left open. You can see how quickly it shuts. You can see the determination as well for the EBM Giga Racing deal. Off the turn. There's still the battles rage here in the Sepang 12 hours. We've only really just cracked the surface of what is possible in this race. We've only just got started, really. The R&B Racing team, led by Afik Yazid, who is in the car at the moment, having taken the lead early doors, now finds himself out in front. Tanat Satantharakul in the AAI Motorsport BMW is second, and the pole sitter Andrew Haryanto in the Absolute Racing Audi finds himself in third. Then it's the second AAI Motorsport car of Chen Chenhua. Then the Craft Bamboo Mercedes of Jeffrey Lee, now in fifth position. The EBM Giga Racing of Adrien de Silva, and the AAI Motorsports car of Liu Weiqi is currently battling away with Wu Ruhua as they continue to make progress through the field. Ninth position is where they're currently at. So through comes the race leader, but look how close it is between the top three cars as we are approaching the end of the first quarter of an hour. You can see that Tanat Satantharakul is already starting to make inroads on the R&B car, diving for the inside line. The BMW hoping to take the lead here into turn one. Job done. Another different car heads the race then. I tell you what, there may only be 13 cars in this race, but what a race it is becoming already. Epic start from the Harmony Racing Ferrari, which eventually saw them drop back. But Absolute Racing had to go wheel to wheel there with several competitors that were trying to take the lead away from them. And now the leaders are no longer the R&B Racing team with Afik Yazid. That honour now goes the way of Tanat Satantharakul as they work their way through along Genting Curve and up towards the clear section. Now, car 15 must respect track limits at turn 14. That's the first warning for Chen Chenhua of the AAI Motorsport BMW crew. They're currently behind this top three. Skating down the hill. And soon we'll know if they're going to swallow it to battle their way further forward and soak up the pressure. We're obviously going to have a little bit of work to do. Down the back straight, you can see that's one of the AAI Motorsport cars getting himself back into contention after a bit of an earlier dropout. But now you can see just how exhilarating this race is going to be. The crescendo is just going to get more and more fever pitch as the day goes on. And as we approach midnight, when the checkered flag will fall here at Sepang, all sorts of shenanigans could kick off by that point. But certainly for an amazing story. Mo has got himself into the lead of the race on the last lap in the R&Bs, but now he's got to try and take it back again after a staunch effort here in the fabulous country of Malaysia. The first first 15 minutes are done. All three of these cars have led at one stage. And it does look as though Andrew Haryanto is itching to get back into second position past Afik Yazid in the R&B Racing Lamborghini. A little bit of a mistake there, though, from Afik Uwakami. Through they go again onto the far side of the course. Here is the battle for second position currently. The Absolute Racing Audi still hustling the R&B Lamborghini of Yay and Nay. This race battle continues to give us plenty of excitement. Up and over the top of the crest, through the left and through the right, having come out of Langkawi curve and up through Genting curve now. This race is already getting pretty feisty. If you've only just joined us, you've got a long way to go. And we've had, by my math, 4 different race leaders in the first 15 minutes of competition, no matter how brief the lead was. The Harmony Ferrari getting a mega start from Wu Vuwa and leading initially, but then unfortunately things started to unravel, and now the Ferrari is down in 8th position behind Liu Wuqi. Then the lead was taken over by the Absolute Racing team of Andrew Haryanto in the Audi, then the R&B Racing team and their driver Afik Yazid managed to get through, but it's only in recent times that the AAI Motorsport BMW of Tanat Sathantarakul has been able to step up to the plate and go for victory himself. Looks like a battle trying to get through the BMW. That's one of the Lamborghinis really struggling to make an impact in this early stage of the race. There's still a long, long way to go. You don't want to go too ugly early, as they say in the clubs in Birmingham. They run through the right-hander and down the pressure drop once again. Up to the first. A big challenge up the inside as Andrew Haryanto tries again on Afik Yazid. 20 minutes to go here until our first change around. But I think we're going to get a few wheels and spills before then. Andrew Haryanto once again attacking Afik Yazid, trying to get through to the first corner, diving in, not close enough. That car hasn't quite got the stones to dive in on the inside line this early on. If you take big damage now, then you're basically, not only have you got no chance of the win, but you've also got so much pressure from everybody further back, and having gone off the road already. Oh, what a terrific battle. Now, driver, this is Chen Chenhua, number 15, AAI Motorsport BMW, must respect track limits at turn 14. That's the second warning he's been given as well. So clearly, Chen Chenhua is putting a bit of pressure on the other drivers out there. I'm not entirely sure that was expected from his point of view, but still they duel on. Now the Viper Nizza Racing Aston Martin and Douglas Koo has dropped to the back of the field. I think they've had to make a repairment for a part or something. That definitely takes them down the field to not a big margin, but certainly good enough for a little bit of a history lesson. Still Andrew Haryanto in the Absolute Audi, all over the back of the R&B Lamborghini Huracan of Afik Yazid. And they're both behind the AAI Motorsports BMW of Team Sathantarakul. Down the drop. Andrew Haryanto still trying to take on Afik Yazid. Still trying to find the way through. Still trying to hustle him into making a mistake. He's just wide in the curbs again. Hunting down the opportunity. I don't think it's going to be into this hairpin. It's going to be in the next one, isn't it? There he is. In that particular moment. So the R&B racing car, Afik Yazid, looking to see the twitch as they go through the hairpin there, as he tries to find the right moment to apply the throttle to try and get well clear of Andrew Haryanto. Down to the braking zone. In through one. Still the battles rage here in the Sepang 12 hours. And still, Afik Yazid hangs on in front of Andrew Haryanto at this crucial stage of the race. The R&B Racing Lamborghini Huracan in front of the Absolute Audi as they duel for second place behind the race leader, Tanat Sathantarakul. in the AAI BMW. Fourth place is the Craft Bamboo. They've come up to fourth position in the AMG Mercedes of Jeffrey Lee. And then Chen Chunhua in the second of the try that one again, double AI Motorsport crew. I think we'll have to say it from there from now on. But the second warning for track limits definitely shows that Chen Chunhua is up against the ropes to a certain extent. The EBM Giga Racing car of Adrian De Silva is currently in P6 in front of the Harmony Racing Ferrari of Wu Guihua. And the Be Quick Absolute Racing Machine is Henk Kicks all the way down in 8th position. Now we come to the home favourites, because obviously this will continue while the race is being prepared next door. So the three cars that are fighting for the lead in the first Sepang 12 hours for 7 years. And they're from three completely different manufacturers as well. Excellent work, great racing and terrific discipline from all teams and personnel respectively. So Talat Sathandarakul is the driver from Thailand. He's got it through. I think he's seed along with R&B Racing. Out of the braking zone, bit of a late one for Andrew Haryanto. If he can line this up on the acceleration, he may have a chance to get back into second place. But this is the frustrating section of the race battle. You don't really know what the car's got until you realise it hasn't got what it's got anymore. Here they come, up to the braking zone for the hairpin. This is good work so far from Talat Sathandarakul. It was never going to be easy to lead the charge when you've got so many kids that you're behind you nowadays. So still this battle rages between the top three cars as they are stretching out a nice gap over Jeffrey Lee and the Craft Bamboo. The gap has opened up to 13.6 seconds from the race leading car of Talat Sathandarakul down to Jeffrey Lee in fourth position. The top three are separated by 1.6 seconds, and this is going to make the pit stop phase more critical than ever because these three drivers are not really dominating each other here. They're not pushing well clear of their opponent or their counterpart. They're just all in the duel. And Talat Sathandarakul is the race leader in front of Afik Yazid and Andrew Haryanto. Three top talents racing here in the Sepang 12 hours down to the braking zone. The hairpin doesn't like any of jokes, so he slipped his way through. Still they duel. And now there's a little bit of impotence for the R&B Racing team to close up on the AAI BMW up front. Talat Sathandarakul is actually being caught by Afik Yazid a little bit. They drop down and then up to the hairpin. And that is the straight that leads us to the final hairpin. So far, so good for Talat Sathandarakul. A little bit further back, though, we've still got good battles going on. That's the Harmony Ferrari, the D-Quick Absolute Racing Audi, and there is the AMAC Porsche of Andrew McPherson. And it looks as though Yasik has actually been given a respect track limits at turn 14 for the first warning. Because obviously Afik Yazid did actually leave the circuit and make a faster lap out of it. What other choice did I have? Very fast battles developing here. Now, it's not just Afik Yazid that has got a track limits warning. It is also Chen Chunhua, and he's been given a third warning. As into the pits. Into the pits comes the AAI BMW. Talat Sathandarakul comes into the pits from the lead. Now, I think this is scheduled. This is on top of schedule as far as I can tell. But Talat Sathandarakul is the first of the big names in this race to come into the pits. As the BMW did lead the way at one stage. Oh, no, sorry, still does lead the race. So that must be the sister car having problems then. Is that Chen Jiawu? So we'll find out. Now there is a fine art to the battle up front now, because that is the Ferrari trying to go over the top of the crest and solidify a decent position in the battle. But Tanat Sathantarakul is still going to be ever present in the race battle. But the R&B Lamborghini is currently the one that leads the race on aggregate, if you take away the fact that there's obviously different connotations this time of year to who's right and who's wrong about things. Posting it up the hill. So down the back straight, leading up to the hairpin once again. This trio of cars still going strong. That's the sister AI Motorsport car that came into the pits. I thought it was Tanat Sathantarakul, but it's not. It's actually the sister car driven by Liu Weiqi. So the top three cars are still dueling away for the victory then. Tanat Sathantarakul, Afik Asid and Andrew Haryanto. 4 minutes to go before the end of the first half hour. You really do get the sense that this is stalemate between the drivers. This is when we no longer get just an out-and-out thrash of a race. We ended up getting several calculated and very, very intrinsic, detailed digital example. You can lead by example in the future once you've seen this kind of incredible pace and business. Look at how closely matched these three are. Up to the battles continuing on. Up on the end of the sector. Tanat Sathantarakul in front of Afik Asid and Andrew Haryanto. The top three still emerging and doing a fantastic job of it. It was always going to be a very tight run. But the battle for victory is going very strong indeed at this moment in time. Half a second between second and third. And Afik Asid and Andrew Haryanto still dueling over second position. R&B Lamborghini versus Absolute Audi. Both giving chase to the AAI BMW. There is the 90 car, of Li Weiqi, still in the pits, about to head out onto the circuit again. But this is a truly fascinating situation and great racing to come. With the finish line and the checkered flag now scheduled to be around midnight local time, that means it will get darker earlier into the race in terms of time elapsed. So things can get very spicy. Now, Andrew Haryanto has got Afik Asid on the ropes now, down the back straight, looking for an opportunity into the final hairpin. Is this going to be a chance? Well, Afik Asid is going to try and shake him off to thwart the attack. It's not going to happen on this lap, if I know the battle up front, if I know the battle. Continuing great race between the two cars as heading out onto the circuit. Now comes the 90 of Shishi Wei. And they're going to emerge right into the path of the leading trio, effectively. Tanat Sathantarakul is going to get out first. But look at that, that's well played. That's great tactical thinking from Shi Wenxi. Because obviously the opportunity there. But the battle's still raging. And out in front, Tanat Sathantarakul still doing a great duel here as they come off the turn and up the climb. Afik Asid and Andrew Haryanto still dueling over second position, and Andrew Haryanto's got a run this time. Not quite close enough. Absolutely terrific dueling between these three cars. And Tanat Sathantarakul of the AAI Motorsport team in BMW, number 91, leads the way by about 1.4 seconds. But these two, Afik Asid and Andrew Haryanto in the R&B Lamborghini and the Absolute Audi, are still squapping away like gusto. Just amazing racing between these two, and considering we've already had like 4 different cars, I think it is, leading the way in the first half an hour, it really has been an exemplary battle. Sean Hensherwood has wandered into the virtual commentary box. Sean, what a terrific start.
It's not been bad, has it? I tell you what, Andrew Haryanto's really got the bit between the teeth. He doesn't want to let that go. He's certainly not letting the Lambo get away from him, and Tanat's trying to do everything he can to open up a bit of a gap to the guys behind, but it's just not happening. It's not bad, 30 minutes into the race, and we've got, what, 1.8 seconds between first and third. I reckon that's a pretty stellar start.
It's a terrific launch forward, but well done as well to this man. Making a good play of things in the opening section of the race. But the AAI Motorsport BMW team have kind of caught everybody off guard in general, because their man up front, there he is, Tanat Sathantarakul, has definitely made a clean break. And then second and third, Afik Yazid and Andrew Haryanto. This is going to be a terrific duel. But by my count, there's been 4 cars, possibly even 5, that have led the race for anything between, 5 inches and 5 laps.
Well, the Ferrari certainly made a go of the start, didn't he? Trying to go around the outside off the start. Ray was looking for that position, but of course there's multiple different angles. As you see, looks like Douglas Koo now coming into pit lane as Andrew Haryanto has another look around the outside to see if he can't get that position back. He's been here before. I've seen him make a bit of a touch on the horn in that corner a few times, as he did just then, and Afik Yazid's just managed to hang on. He knows this circuit like the back of his hand. He's a local, so that'll be interesting to see whether or not Andrew even needs to get past him, but he's certainly making his intentions felt. I wonder whether the engineers are maybe giving him a little bit of hurry up on the radio just to say, hey, you're not hitting the number we want. If that Lambo in front of you is going just a little bit too slow, if you can make a clean pass, get around him and try and make this happen.
So Andrew Haryanto is really going to try and make the play here from Afik Yazid. It's the perfect time to hand over to Sean Henshelwood for a while. I'm going to head outside.
Get some shut-eye. You've deserved it. It was a great start.
It's been a fantastic start to the racing. I'm going to keep an eye on it as close as possible. But Andrew Haryanto really starting to up the ante.
He certainly is. He knows his way around this circuit. We've seen him in the past. As he goes down the inside, he's going to take that position. And that's where the dive was made on him earlier in the race. So it's a little bit of payback, and that'll be nicely taken on board by the Indonesian driver. Of course, a former Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup champion. Seen some great battles with him here over the years. In fact, with Burit Birambakti, Piti Birambakti's brother, they battled over the 2017, I was going to say 18, but 2017 championship and the 18th championship. They were right in the thick of things then. So certainly Andrew Haryanto knows his way around this circuit and also around the new Audi Evo 2. He did a lot of miles in the first generation, then the Evo, and now, of course, the Evo 2, running for Absolute Racing. He spent a lot of time with that operation, went overseas with them, certainly raced in the Spa 24-hour race with Yasser Shahin and Burit Birambakti during the Spa 24-hour race a number of years ago as an award for winning the Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup. And he's since gone over to race in the European Le Mans Series with Porsche, and of course raced in the Le Mans 24-hour race, and certainly learnt an awful lot. Let's take a look back at the move. It's down at turn 9, down the inside, and then the climb up the hill, and he's done that nicely, has Andrew Haryanto. The lead now for Tanart Sathianthirikals out to 3.7 seconds, and this battle for third will no doubt range on a little bit longer. Now, if we have a quick look at just how much ground the leaders have made on the rest of the field, they're now heading car 65 under investigation for pit stop time. That's not what they want to see for the Viper-Niza racing operation. Unfortunately, Douglas Koo had an early spin, a little touch, or maybe there wasn't. I think there was. There certainly was in the second part of that turn, as Afik Yazid just moved across to try and get a better line for the left-hander. Just tagged the front of the Audi, but hopefully not enough damage to either car. Of course, you don't do touching in a modern GT3 car with dive planes on the front corners, the under tray, all the carbon fibre on the cars, and every little bit of it is worth a tenth or half a tenth or a hundredth even, but it's certainly worth time. And on a big international Herman Tilke designed international Formula One circuit like Sepang International Circuit, you just can't be touching corners on cars, because certainly in the mid to high speed corners, it's a Formula One designed circuit, there's plenty of those, that's where you're going to lose time, and you don't want the car to be unsettled. Things like tyre wear become an issue. So they need to be pushing, and as I say, it's quite likely the engineers down there at Absolute Racing were saying, Andrew, we want you on let's have a look at his last lap. The fastest lap so far had been a low 2:08, and that was Afik Yazid. We want you on a 2:08, or we want you on a 2:09. That's the mark we need you to hit. And if he's being held up by traffic, the last thing he can afford to do is stay there if a passing opportunity presents itself. There is the Ferrari of Ray Wu, We've seen a couple of early stops. Junsen Chen's team was one of them, but of course he and his teammate are splitting the full 8 hours between them. So they've got 4 hours each. They'll work out what stint they need to do, how they're going to make this work. And Julio Wei has already been in for one stop. Let's check whether Junsen Chen has jumped in the car. Let me go down the order to the number 90 BMW. Well, it's showing Shoei Shei's in the car. Now, he initially wasn't going to run, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. That's a little bit of new news, because initially it was just the two drivers, Junsen Chen and Xile Wei. So if Shoei Shei has decided to jump in the car, that's going to make life an awful lot easier. The team manager for car 65 has been called to race control, so you'd tend to suggest that that was for the prior notice of there being a pit lane time infringement. So it would be the pit in to pit out time. They have set limits. Haven't got that information in front of us, but quite clearly if there has been a notification, then that's something they're going to have to look at. It's Adrian De Silva in the number 16 entry, currently running around in position number 6. And, on track, he is trying to pick up where he is on track. Number 16 entry. This is coming to turn 11. The race leaders just going through the final corner. Tanat Sathinthirikul, the number 91 AAI Motorsports BMW, just crosses the line. That ticks another lap into the books. That's 17 down. Now across the line is Andrew Haryanto and Afik Yazid. Leads now out to 4.7 seconds. 2:11 last time round. Now that's interesting. We're talking about the best pace being 2:08. Okay, I was looking at fastest laps. I shouldn't compare to fastest laps. Perhaps the time that they were looking for as a marking point for Andrew Haryanto was at 2:11. He's just bumped out at 2:11.5. And Afik Yazid's running around in 2:12.1. So that looks like Henk Kicks closing in on the rear of the Ferrari. You heard earlier that Jake was talking about Henk coming back into GT racing. That's not entirely true. Of course, he competes in the what's becoming very popular now, Thailand Super Series. The Be Quick team is an integral part of that championship. In fact, last year it was won by Stanley Stuvik. He's won the championship there 3 times, the Thai driver. He's in this field, although he's not part of the Be Quick operation this weekend. But Hank's done a lot of miles. He's a very, very competitive driver, and he loves his motorsport. Now, showing Douglas Koo still in the number 65 entry on screen. The local driver has done a lot of miles around his home circuit. Most of those miles have been in a 2-litre TCR car, front-wheel drive hot hatch, Seat Leon. As part of the TCR Asia series back during its formative years. Did a lot of driving in that championship. Dominic Young also drove with him at various stages, as did his brother. So Douglas Koo has an intimate knowledge of this circuit. Unfortunately, he may have been caught out a little bit on cold tyres. It was the opening lap, the end of the opening lap, turn 14. He had a spin. That put him a little bit further back down the field. He's already been in pit lane, so a couple of cars have come in. But of course, you're working on strategy, and the main thing for most of these teams is to try and maintain a position on the lead lap. As down turn 9 again, down the inside. Great move for Henk Kicks. He takes over position number 7. Again, all he needs to do is maintain his pace on the lead lap. You have safety car interventions, and let's hope we don't see one of those. We haven't seen any of that sort of thing so far as contact, outside of that little bit of contact we saw with Afik Yazid and Andrew Haryanto down into turn 2. It's been very clean, right through paid practice, through the 2 90-minute practice sessions, into the 3 15-minute qualifying sessions. Everybody's been playing a clean hand, knowing, of course, that they've got to go through 8 hours of racing around an international circuit like this. So there's really no point in getting too carried away and banging doors, as it were. So it's really now going to be a strategy game. When to pit, which driver to put in at what time, what the weather's doing. We were talking earlier in the program, whilst we had that delayed start. Unfortunately, for those of you who had to listen to us rambling on, trying to fill an hour and a half, we covered most things. One of those things being that there is some storm clouds around Kuala Lumpur. They're closing in a little bit now, but based on the predicted performance of that weather pattern, we may not see anything until much later in the program. Now, the original scheduled finish time was 10 p.m. It's now midnight, and somewhere around 10 to 12 o'clock, there will be storm clouds over the capital city. Now, it's 45 kilometres north of the circuit. Of course, Sepang International Circuit's built very, very close to Kuala Lumpur International Airport, so anybody that's flown into KL would see the circuit from the aircraft, depending on which direction you come. So it's way out south of the city, but it is prone to some pretty interesting weather. Been there through some very, very exciting and graphic electrical storms. Hope we don't have too many of those, as the EBM Giga Racing entry of Adrian De Silva is now battling with, I think that's with Kevin Chen. Now, Henk Kicks was in the middle of all of that too, so have we missed something there? Have we got lapped cars? Whilst I've been conferring, I've actually missed that. No doubt it'll right itself shortly. That's the number 15 entry. So that is Kevin Chen, who was very racy off the start, started on the front row alongside the Absolute Racing entry of Andrew Harrianto. Certainly made his presence felt early in the piece, but Adrian De Silva really is doing a great job. Of course, he knows this circuit very well. It's his home circuit as well, so it's no surprise really that the Porsche is running where it is. Earl Bamber, well, I'm assuming he's down there in pit lane directing traffic for the team. He knows an awful lot about this circuit and an awful lot about the Porsche product. Former Le Mans winner for Porsche. And of course, there's been a multiple race winner in Asia over many years. His brother Will too, in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, won a number of races in this part of the world. So the Kiwis have spent a fair bit of time over in Malaysia. There's a number of teams based here. They may well have an operation here too. Certainly Absolute Racing, it's one of their 3 bases of operation. Motorsport Tyres, also based here at Sepang International Circuit. A number of teams base themselves here and use this circuit for its ability to test. Championships like Porsche Carrera Cup Asia come here too to spend a week dialing their drivers in before the championship starts. GT World Challenge Asia will end at Sepang International Circuit this year. Carrera Cup Asia will be here. Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia will be here. And we'll also see the Thailand Super Series running one of its rounds, one of 2. Of course, the invitational race at Singapore at the Marina Bay Circuit with the Singapore Grand Prix. But they will also run one of their 5 rounds of the Thailand Super Series. So Henk Kicks will get some valuable miles on that front. Here's John Shen down the inside. Ray Wu. And John will be enjoying the miles here, but a little part of him, he'll be missing his brother. Unfortunately, we lost Wayne Shen, who was a great racer. The Cheers and the Shens would often race together all over the world. 24-hour series, certainly did a lot of work amongst themselves with Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. They love the Porsche product, but sadly we lost Wayne a couple of years ago to cancer. John is always carrying his memory. I'm sure somewhere on the car Wayne Shen's name will be mentioned. The Modern Motorsport team, they've been a big part of the Shens and Cheers journey in motorsport in this part of the world. So great to see those guys back. Christian Cheer jumping in alongside his brother and John for this round. And we expect to see a bit of them during the course of the 2023 season in the Asian region. Not sure what they're running just yet. Now there is the sole GTC entry. Now GTC was originally a variant of GT3, so using cup cars. In this part of the world, that was predominantly Lamborghini Super Trofeo entries, outdated Porsche Carrera Cup Asia cars, outdated by previous generation, so over 3 years old. And because we had such a strong championship with the Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup, the previous generation Audis would also compete in GTC. There's a lot of those cars still in this part of the world. GTC gets some pretty big runs in various quarters. Thailand Super Series again runs a lot of GTC competition, so to see this car is great. Personally, I love seeing Sean Tong back in a race car. I'd love to see him in an outright car. He's done a lot of miles in this part of the world. Very accomplished drivers, raced open wheelers like his brother Jasper over in Asia, sorry, in Europe rather. And I'm just looking, there's a couple of cars in pit lane. Now they're showing the 51 is in pit lane, so that's the AMAC entry. We're only 45 minutes into this race, and I'm pretty sure Andrew McPherson was starting that race. So here's a situation where the gentlemen are probably crying, enough, I want out. Let's get one of these younger guys into the car. I need to have a breather, because you're remembering track temperatures about the start of the race were somewhere in the vicinity of 35 and 36 degrees. Earlier, prior to the race, so a couple of hours before when we were scheduled to start, the humidity was around 50%. So relatively comfortable, given you were probably 32 to 36 degrees. But now the humidity's starting to climb. The temperature's dropped off perhaps a couple of degrees. You can see the sun is still out, so there'll be a lot of heat in those cars. But the other issue, of course, is the humidity's building. It's getting closer to 80%. It's probably going to get higher. And if a storm comes, obviously we're getting close to 100%, and then the rain hits, it's going to be very uncomfortable for some of these drivers. So at the moment, I can see the 51 is in pit lane. The 65 is still circulating, coming through turn 6. So that would make the 101 we were just looking at. That is still running, and it's the Harmony Racing entry. So Ray Wu has also decided he's out. He's in for a pit stop. And depending on how this race plays out, we would have, I'd expect, provided we don't have a safety car intervention, 8 to 9 pit stops. And it's how the teams work that out, or 7 to 8 to 9 pit stops. Considering you'd usually do an hour, so I'd expect these top teams like Afik Yazid on screen in the number 4 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 1. His Hankook tyres, they might be a medium compound, but they're copping a bit of a hammering. He got the tail out coming through that corner then, so he's really pushing on. The R&B Racing entry. One Bo is scheduled as being the man responsible for that team. One Bo is another driver who's got a great pedigree in Asian motorsport. I'm surprised he's not actually in the car. Done a lot with Porsche Carrera Cup Asia over many years. He's been a race winner and a big part of that dynamic. So good to see him here as part of the R&B Racing entry. And piecing Afik Yazid in, the local driver who's won a lot of races in a Lamborghini product, usually a Huracan Super Trofeo. He's been multiple race winner, champion, second in the global championship a number of years back in Monza. So we've got another battle now. Is that, well, who's in the 65 entry? Oh, Jasmine Jafar. So I'm not sure Andrew Harrianto is going to weather this storm, because Jafar is a very, very quick driver. That said, Andrew Harrianto qualified just a second slower than Marcus Winkelhock. So there's every chance Jasmine Jafar is going to have a little bit of work ahead of him. He was former race winner in LMP2. Bill Jeffrey, one of the drivers who was a part of that with him. Of course, the other man who's been a part of that with him during that journey, that was the Jackie Chan DC Racing entry. That's going back a few years now, but certainly it was a great result. But Wayron Tan is down in pit lane. He is part of the management team of the Aston Martin racing operation in this part of the world. So whilst he hasn't grabbed the helmet and jumped on board, he'll be providing plenty of advice to those teams. And funnily enough, in a role working for Audi Sport prior to taking on the Aston Martin role, he'd often be the man talking to Andrew Harrianto, just advising him to improve his performance in the car and actually get the most out of his experience as a gentleman driver. I won't tell you how old Andrew Harrianto is, but he's in his mid-40s, so you could probably guess. But he's driving very, very well. Look at the performance. This is on merit. He is still turning laps that are comfortably in the 211. Having said that, I just need to go back to the timing screen and confirm that's exactly what he's doing. 2:12.3 last time around, so close enough. Whereas Jasmine Jafar, well, he's just punched out a 2:10 very early in the piece. His quickest so far is a 2:10.001. Now, here's where racing experience comes into play. His quickest lap at 2:10.001. His last lap at 2:10.081. 8/100ths difference as he dives down the inside into 14. No, he doesn't. Because again, he's a smart racer too, who's driven a full aero car and he's into pit lane. Now that's not what we're looking for. Currently, the Viper Nisa Racing entry is shown 3 laps back from the lead, and they're coming back down pit lane. So let's hope they don't have a drama. Now, what's interesting too is to reflect on this car. Racing the Asian Le Mans Series in the Middle East just a month or so back. This car wound up with some quite severe front end damage in its last race in Abu Dhabi. They put the car, okay, well that would suggest to me that was a drive-through penalty. Let me just check in my notes. Car 65, insufficient pit stop time. We did talk about that a little bit earlier. So that's why Jasmine Jafar's just come down into pit lane. They've served their penalty, not what they need this early in the piece, but all is not lost. Even with 3 laps down at this stage is where it's coming up to an hour into an 8-hour race. All is not lost. There's still opportunities to recover. I'm sure Douglas Koo will be looking forward to getting back into the car. Now, the reason why they may have pitted around the 40-minute mark is the minimum time for an AM driver, which the gentleman drivers, putting it a different way, and the lady drivers, we don't have too many of them. Betty Chen is not, in fact, an AM driver. I don't think. I need to actually confirm that. She may, in fact, well be a bronze driver. No, she's a silver class driver. So pace has been pretty good, even in qualifying. It was very impressive. She was over a second faster than the father, Junsun Chen, the team boss of the FIST Team AAI operation, the BMWs. So the amateur drivers, the gentleman drivers, have to run a minimum set 80-minute leg during this race. They can run more, sure, but if they only want to do the minimum, they need to do 80 minutes. Traditionally, for the GT cars, you're looking at a pit stop on a tank of fuel in, say, 65 to 70 minutes. Conditions could be different here because of the heat, and fuel burn might be a little bit different, but you'd say 65 to 70 minutes. Therefore, it's more than one stint, and you're not going to stop 10 minutes into another stint. So maybe if they split it into 2 40-minute stints, it makes it a little bit more comfortable for the driver. That's better for the engineers to run with. And then the 2 more professional drivers, of which a number of teams have 2 extra professional drivers, can run for the remainder of the race. So that gives them, well, 400 minutes effectively to finish off, which is, 3 hours, 40 minutes to split between them. Is that maths right? That math's so far wrong, it's not funny. Let's try something a little bit different. Let's try 6 hours and 40 minutes. That might be a little bit better. My father will be disappointed. All that schooling, and this is what I come up with. Anyway, here we are. So he's finally managed to rejoin the circuit. Is Jeffrey Lee still in the 88 entry, the Craft Bamboo entry, shown in position number 4? He certainly is. And Jeffrey's a driver with a lot of experience. Now we're looking at the AMAC Porsche, or the IMAC Porsche as it is sponsored, but AMAC as in Andrew McPherson, car owner, team boss. He has made his first stop. William Porter, I'd say that's a licence thing. We see that often around the case. It's Ben Porter. It's William Ben Porter, quite likely. I'm not 100% sure. I've known Ben a long time, but he often appears in the driver entry list as William Porter. So Ben Porter now is behind the wheel. Very accomplished driver. They've just turned out their fastest lap of the race. He's just improved it again. It was a 2:11.8. He's now down to a 2:11.1. So fastest lap of the race. David Chen now, he's behind the wheel of the Harmony Racing Ferrari. He's into the 2:08, so 2:08.1. But unfortunately, I don't know whether you call this commentator's curse or not. The very second I mentioned that, a notification comes up saying car 488, that is the Harmony Racing Ferrari 488, is under investigation for pit lane speed. Now, if it's under investigation, you could almost guarantee that means he's been pinged for pit lane speed. So David Chen's churned out a stunning lap, which is 3 seconds faster than anybody has been so far. He will now be likely taking a journey down pit lane. Now, I'm not 100% sure on the regulation as to what that penalty might be, but certainly it's not what he was looking for. So frustration after getting themselves on top of things. They've really done a nice job to get themselves back onto the pace. David Chen, another driver who's come through the ranks, did a lot of racing in Zhuhai in China, of course across the Pearl River Delta from Hong Kong. It's where a lot of the Hong Kong drivers do their racing, because there's not much room left on Hong Kong Island to stick a racetrack. So across the ferry to Zhuhai Race Circuit, the original home base of Absolute Racing for Ingo Mader and Fabian Fior. And David progressed into the Audi Sport R at LMS Cup Championship. He was very, very competitive as an AM driver. In fact, so competitive as an AM driver, most people thought he was a pro driver. So it's no real surprise, I have to say, for somebody who's seen David Chen race before to see him setting the pace at a 2:08.1. But their team manager is now marching down to down to Sepang Race HQ to answer questions, no doubt about why their driver may have exceeded the pit lane speed limit. Now, we don't know whether that was going in or coming out, so whether it was Ray or whether it was David, but likely that if there is a penalty, they'll have to serve that fairly soon. Ben Porter down to a 2:10.1. We did just call that, didn't we? Another notification popped up on screen. So as you can see on screen, the AAI Motorsports entry of Tanart Sathienthirikul, he is leading with, well, we're 57 minutes thereabouts in the books. He's out to 14 seconds now over Andrew Harrianto, who's just eased the pace back a little bit. 2:13.1 last lap to a 2:11.9 for Sathienthirikul. So the Thai driver's keeping his performance going, which is good news. Third place, Afik Yazid is still holding that position for the R&B Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 1, the 15 entry now in pit lane. So Kevin Chen is out. He'd have loved his time in the car. He's done a lot of GT4 racing for the Team AAI outfit over past years. Certainly in GT World Challenge. Did a little bit in China as well. So to be behind the wheel of a full-blown GT3 monster would more than have suited him. Of course, the 15 entry is the BMW M4 GT3, which is the twin-turbo 4-litre V8, as opposed to the M6, which is the twin-turbo inline straight 6. So obviously similar performance from different engine configurations. You've got a variety of different engine configurations in the field. The 5.2-litre naturally aspirated V10 for the Audi. You've also got different engine positions, front-engined like the BMW, or mid-mounted like the Lamborghini, which shares an engine, of course, with the Audi. And then what else you got? You've got the rear engine, or mid-engine, I suppose. The engine's accessed from the rear with the Porsche. So drag race down the main straight. John Shen still holding that position, overshot the mark. David Chen down the inside. Of course, one of the issues you see here, and it may have contributed to that little bit of contact between Yazid and Andrew Harrianto at that particular part of the circuit we were just looking at, turn 1-2, is just the lack of visibility. Of course, to maximise your performance out of the car, you sit the driver as low as possible and back a little bit, so back closer to the B pillar, so you're not quite sitting as far forward potentially as you'd like, as in a road car, and your visibility is very much restricted. You've got a Hans device or some sort of head and neck safety device that restricts a little bit of your movement. Of course, you're in a helmet, and some of the apertures of the helmets are quite narrow these days, and your side vision isn't great. If you've got time to be looking at rear vision mirrors and side vision mirrors before you make a move, you're not a racing driver. So let's face it, inevitable contact happens. So that's a big thing with a modern GT3 car, is if you're going to make a move, make sure the move is locked in, that you're sure the other car has seen, especially in an endurance race. Yeah, different in a GT race. You might have 60 minutes to make it up. Sometimes you've got 60 minutes, including a pit stop and a driver change. So contact is a little bit more inevitable. But in an 8-hour endurance race, certainly in the first hour or two, in fact, really, let's be honest, all the way up until the last 15 minutes, you don't want to be making any kind of contact unless absolutely necessary. And some would argue it probably really isn't necessary this early in the race. Again, we've got a long way to go. I'm just waxing lyrical to try and keep you entertained. We can see what the times are on screen. We know the driver histories. They've got a long way ahead of themselves. We'll keep talking. Don't you worry about that. There'll certainly be plenty more information come to you as it arises, and there's more that we can feed you. But it is a long race. And all the drivers, the teams, the crews, they're all settling in for that, making themselves as comfortable as possible and just getting themselves into the last segment of this race, because that's the one that really counts. And one driver I'm really looking forward to seeing, we talk about professional drivers being consistent, last lap and best lap. How's that? That's about 5/100ths of a second. So Ben Porter's really doing a consistent job. They're still calling for the team manager for car 488 to come to race control. Don't want to have to ask too many more times. We've got a second warning on track limits at turn 8 this time. A lot of them have been, now where were they? I think turn 14. Track limits at turn 14 has been the big one. Turn 4 had copped a couple, but it's now at turn 8 for Shiweshi in car number 90. Of course, that is one of the 3 Fist Team AAI entries. One run by team boss Junsun Chen. As Andrew Harry team now. A tyre wears something that you have to consider. We're now, well, we've just gone over an hour in this race. So I would suggest in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we might see a bit of an influx of driver changes. And then it will be interesting to see exactly who jumps into which car and which driver will take over. A spirited battle here. Jasmine Jafar still rounding up drivers. 15 entry. Where is Jafar? Still positioned last, but last time round with consistency of the pro drivers, when they're on to dialing into a number, they're on to dialing into a number. 209.75 is his best lap. 209.78 was his last lap, although he's just dropped a little bit back. No, he's not. That was the 90 entry, of course, and he's just unlapped himself from a car. So he's moved up to position number 12 as Henk Kicks now having a good look at Adrian De Silva. This is great, and takes him too. So, well, Jake, there wasn't any drama with Henk Kicks at the start. All he was doing was just dialing himself in. Adrian De Silva's decided enough's enough. We're 62 minutes into this race, and thanks very much, chaps. I'm coming in. I want to stick Reid Harker in to do some of the hot work now. Young man from New Zealand, very, very fast and talented young driver in karts and a little bit of speedway. Interesting to see him actually punch out some laps. It's a New Zealand-based team in all effect. Earl Bamber Motorsport. Yeah, looks like it might be Reid Harker just walking himself to the car. It's got a British flag on the roof, on the lid rather, on his crash helmet. Great job by Adrian De Silva. That's very impressive for a guy who's done a lot of miles around here, but a bit of a journeyman, as in he doesn't make a career out of this. Sometimes he does a lot of racing. Sometimes he, I guess, clearly focuses on family and business and doesn't do a lot of racing. But that was a very, very impressive run to be pitting from P5, just as Henk Kicks decided to go down the inside and take that position away. A very, very solid start for that team. So we're starting to see them. Number 90 entry is also back in pit lane. So I'm not sure what that's about. They might be shortening up their stints. This is their second journey in. As I think there might be a couple more looking to. So there's 3 in pit lane. So Ligier, the GTC entry, which had worked itself up to position number 8, which is pretty impressive, although some of the other drivers have made an early stop. So the sole GTC entry, so another of the Porsches, but a 992 Cup car, as opposed to the car on screen, which is a 992 GT3 car. Rolling around for a replay, highlights of the first hour. We had a delay of 2 hours, unfortunately, for a bit of an issue in the barriers at turn 1. Here's the big dive down the start. So Kevin Chen had a bit of a look down the inside. Ray Wu went around the outside. And Afik Yazid tried to make it 3 wide into turn 2. It's kind of not what you'd predict for the start of an 8-hour race. So Andrew Harrianto had a good start, and down at turn 9, that was the first passing move. You know, Afik Yazid had found that that yellow and silver Audi would repay the favour some laps later. A little bit of movement earlier on, dive down the inside for the number 90 entry, as Kevin Chen had a little bit of a look at the leader, took the lead away on the run into turn 1. Afik Yazid lost that position, but very quickly they were working themselves back in, and Kicks back further behind the Harmony Racing Ferrari, one of the 3 FIS Team AAI BMWs. And a slight niggle for Afik Yazid down at turn 1. Probably didn't really see Andrew Harrianto, and Harrianto's probably getting the hurry up from the engineers to try and move himself forward. He did just that at turn 9 not too long after, and started to stretch that advantage. He's 23 seconds back from Tanat Sathyanthirikul. He's doing a brilliant job, the untied driver in the number 91 Singer Motorsports AAI Motorsports entry. EBM Giga Motorsports entry of Adrian De Silva, who has just pitted. In fact, they're still in pit lane. Changed over to Reid Harker. And Henk Kicks, I got to say, Henk, this is a pretty epic effort for a man who's loves his motorsport, doesn't do it professionally. He's out there belting around in the heat, 65 minutes into this race, holding down position 4. But David Chen, large in his mirrors, and he's just doing the job he needs to do. He also knows he doesn't need to race David Chen. David Chen is further back down the order, trying to get himself unlapped. Probably not the ideal racing line for the Audi there. He's not coming into pit lane. He's just holding his position. The team may or may not have told him that this isn't actually for position. And Kicks in position number 4. David Chen is a lap further back, and he's working his way forward, still punching out some pretty impressive laps. And he's in position number 7, 1 lap behind the yellow Audi. But of course, the Be Quick unit needs to come down pit lane and make its first stop. Team well and truly spread out. It's just the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket entry now that is heading out of pit lane. 101 entry. I think it is out of pit lane. It certainly is. It's down at turn 6. It's saying out. That's of course not refreshed, which it will do at the end of this lap. Shiwei Shi is in pit lane in the number 90 entry. Now let's hope they're not having dramas, because Junsen Chen, he has a bit of a hit and miss record sometimes. Has raced with some fantastic factory BMW drivers over the years. Of course, he's raced McLarens. He's raced in Porsches, I'm thinking, but certainly in McLarens. The FIS Team AAI operation have run a number of different GT cars over a lot of years in this part of the world. And Junsen Chen doesn't always have the greatest of luck. A brilliant supporter of motor racing in this part of the world. It's the man from Taipei. His daughter Betty Chen is also racing. The GTC car is out. Reid Harker is travelling relatively slowly, but of course, to be fair, they're in a race on their own. They're the only entry in the category. They're running a car that, performance-wise, probably at its absolute peak, might be 2 seconds a lap off the outright GT3 cars. Haven't got an awful lot to prove, so he's staying out of trouble, getting some valuable miles, enjoying himself. There goes the quasi-teammate. Of course, Reid Harker has a little bit to do with Earl Bamber, has driven for the EBM Giga operation in the past, most notably in GT World Challenge Asia. He's just getting out of the way and doing what he needs to do. Windscreen wipers on. I'd love to say that means the rain's coming, because boy, wouldn't that spice things up, but I digress. I doubt it is. I'm not even going to look at the weather map. There was some storms in the area, but I don't think they were around Sepang International Circuit, certainly not yet. There's a possibility later in this race that maybe, just maybe, something may happen, but at this stage I think we're pretty clear. It'll be interesting. We're up to nearly 70 minutes just to see how far these modern GT3 cars will go in conditions like this under full speed with a full tank of fuel. We're effectively into the 70th minute of this race. Tanat Sathyanthirikul still punching out some pretty good laps, 2:13 last time round. Andrew Harrianto, drive-through penalty, car 488 for speeding in pit lane. I guess that was somewhat predictable. Usually where there's smoke, there's fire. Afik Yazid still running around in position number 3 in the R&B Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, the evolution version of the original Huracan GT3, which is a very impressive car from Squadra Corsa. A man well adversed with both driving this car sideways and straight. has won a number of races in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, certainly in Asia, has been champion a number of times, both outright and in Pro-Am. Finished second in the World Series at Monza a number of years ago. Great to see some fans coming in too, because they'll be a little starved of racing here at Sepang International Circuit. As we say, a number of teams are based here, Absolute Racing being one of them. They've also got a base at Shanghai in China, at Shanghai International Circuit. And originally on their first foray into Asia was set up at Zhuhai International Circuit. In fact, I'm pretty sure Fabian Fior still lives in Zhuhai. Ingo Mata now has moved on to Shanghai. He and Aaron are based there. Aaron Chen, big parts of this Absolute Racing operation, and what a success they have been in Asia over many, many years. Going around again. Number 90 car, sadly, is still in pit lane. Craft Bamboo entry of Jeffrey Lee has come in. Jeffrey Lee was inside the top 6. Jeffrey's done a great job. What a gentleman he's been over many years. He's really made my job very, very entertaining over the many years we called Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup. Two-time, I've got to remember what it was called. He was the AM Cup champion. I guess you'd put it in that vein, although he's never particularly happy about that. He was much rather thought of himself as a pro driver, and certainly with the efforts he turned in, he was obviously right in the mix with the top drivers over many years, and really did make things terribly entertaining. It's great to see him back behind the wheel in the number 88 J-Fly and Craft Bamboo Racing entry. A lot of work's gone into that team over many years by Daryl O'Young, and of course I call him the patriarch. We call him Uncle Frank Yu, who has been a part of this race in the past, interestingly in a Ferrari, which I hadn't actually gelled on that one with, I believe it was with Tanart Sathinthirikul, Piti Virambakti and Carlo Van Dam, who's played a big part in this part of the world. Carlo Van Dam's been mentor certainly to the Virambaktis and the Sathinthirikuls over many years. There is David Chen diving down the inside of Afik Yazid, who's now under pressure. Now, who did jump into that? It was Jesse Crone who's jumped into the number 15 entry, and they are fair motoring. Now, Liang Jiatong is in the Craft Bamboo entry, taking over from Jeffrey Lee. That wasn't what I was looking for. I was trying to work out who now is in the EBM Giga Racing entry. Of course, that's Reid Harker. Why was I saying Reid Harker was in the GDC entry? I'm sorry, that was my complete faux pas. GDC entry at the moment, currently holding down. Disappeared from the screen. No, it hasn't. Simon Chan from Hong Kong is in position number 12 in the 101 GDC entry in the Porsche. He was the one giving room to Reid Harker. And of course, Reid Harker has been part of the EBM Giga operation before, and is currently part of the EBM Giga operation with the Earl Bamber Motorsport team. Very patriotic Kiwis. Done an awful lot of good for motorsport in this part of the world, certainly for Porsche, and great to see Earl Bamber a big part of this team. Head down to, up to, because certainly it's a big climb up to turn 4. If you've ever walked it, between turn 3 and turn 4 is quite an effort. It's uphill to turn 4. Pretty much across the crest of the hill up through 5 and 6. Then you start to drop back a little bit down to 7, 8 and 9, back up to 10 and 11. And down through 12, 13, the right hand of 14 and the 2 long straights. Turn 15 in the middle, and entry obviously to pit lane. So Jesse Crone will be doing everything he can here, a Finnish driver. A lot of experience in GT cars, certainly with BMW. Seen a fair bit of racing so far this year. As we go further back, there's John Shen still in the Modena Motorsport Porsche. He's got Billy Porter. How about across Ben and William? No, that's not fair. We've got Ben Porter ranging up behind him. Ben's going to get an awful lot faster. Same generation of GT3 Porsche. John's making himself very wide. Ben's going to have a look down the inside, but thinks just, oh, these look like he just lost the tail going in then. Oh, I almost thought we were going to have John Shen stepping around backwards, coming through the apex of the corner, but no, he righted it, and that may just have been a vision thing. He may have had full control of the car, but he was certainly closing the door fairly hard on Ben Porter. Ben Porter's a lap further back, of course. They've made their pit stop. John Shen yet to make his. So far as prediction on just how far they'd go on fuel, this is impressive. Tanat Sathyanthirical's up to over 75 minutes now on a tank. Can't be too much left in the tank. So the tyres are certainly doing the job, although to look at Afik Yazid in the number 5 Lambo. Sorry, why did I say the number 5 Lambo? It's the number 4 Lambo. You'd think differently. Yeah, Bao Jin Long's jumped into that car, so whilst I've been rabbiting on, there's been a driver change for the R&B Racing entry. Bao Jin Long, another driver with a lot of experience and race wins under his belt in a Porsche, mostly in Carrera Cup Asia, but has run other categories, certainly in China GT. May have done a stint or two in the China Endurance Championship as well. Predominantly 3-hour races in their Endurance Championship. I think this year we're heading into the 4th or 5th season of the China Endurance Championship. That will run again. That's been popular. Certainly for some of the lesser experienced drivers to get plenty of miles. They don't need to be doing 6, 8 or 10 or 12-hour, in fact, races. 3 hours is a good enough race to run 2 or 3 drivers. As we look at the number 91 entry, Tanat Sathyanthirikul, very talented Thai driver. Done a bit of racing certainly at this circuit over many years, but has some good European pedigree as well. It's raced for the Craft Bamboo operation. In fact, I think memory serves alongside Darryl O'Young back in the day, and is doing a sterling job. Singer on the side, of course, the Biren Bhakti family, heavily involved in Singer Corporation. Biren Bhakti, a former front runner and race winner in Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup, had some cracking races here with Andrew Harrianto over the years. Harrianto defeating him for the title back in 18. Oh, here's a good gaggle of cars. This is what we want to see. John Shen, Ben Porter still can't get past him. John Shen's being very, very wide. David Chen, and who's jumped into the Benz now? The 88 car. Of course, that is Xia Tongyang. Got the lights flashing. He's beside David Chen. I'm surprised he's got past David Chen, because David's really been putting in some quick laps. Fastest lap of the race now, Reed Harker with a 2:08.75 last time round. Young Kiwi's really pushing on, and I'm wrong. It lit up green. What that was highlighting was his fastest lap of the race. Fastest lap of the race, Jesse Krohn, 2:08.62. So only about a 10th in it. Not all that much considering, but great to see a group of cars together. I'm not sure what's going on with Ben Porter. Maybe he's just trying to give himself a little bit of room. There's nothing to fight about right now. You don't want to get caught up in contact. Took a wide line there. Very experienced racer and driver trainer, so he knows exactly what he needs to do to finish this race. He's put Andrew McPherson in some pretty interesting positions over recent years, and I don't mean that in any other form than motorsport. They've won titles in Australian GT, or GT World Challenge Australia, I'm sorry, and also in GT World Challenge Asia. There's Liang's looking down the inside of John Chen. Does that open the door? Ben Porter's going to try and sneak through too. He's done the job. Now what can David Chen do? Avoid contact's what David Chen can do. Wait till he finds an opportunity to try and get past John Chen, who incredibly, well, 80 minutes into this race, he's no spring chicken. He's not a young man. He's done a lot of miles. He's certainly done a lot of racing in 24-hour competition. He's holding these guys completely at bay. This is absolutely staggering. Well, he's lost it now. But hey, full points. I reckon you get an award for driver of the day so far, John Chen. Absolutely 100%. That is very, very impressive. Now, he can't be far from stopping. I'm just checking as I'm saying that. They haven't stopped. No, they haven't stopped. So only 3 cars in this race haven't stopped, as now finally the race leader comes in. Position 2, Andrew Harrianto comes in. I would hazard a guess the next one in line will be Hank Kicks and John Shen. No, John's gone around again. No, John hasn't there just yet. Now, where is the 216 entry? He's halfway down the back straight. So 1 and 2 are now in pit lane for their compulsory stops. There is a minimum time, and I'm sorry I didn't have the information as to exactly what that was. Car 88 must respect track limits at turn 14. To be fair to car 88, they may have been avoiding a gaggle of cars. Andrew Harrianto comes to a stop. And by the look of that race suit, well, and by the YK on the side of the helmet, I would tend to suggest that Yu Kwai is going to jump into the number 18 entry as Hank Kicks comes in. And I'd suggest by the colours on that helmet, that'd be Peter Cox. Is out, crawls Hank Kicks. He's done an impressive job too. So we're going to give a couple of medals out for the first hour of the race. I reckon those two guys, John Shen and Hank Kicks, certainly deserve a good punch in the arm. Only so many people across the line, which is why you're not seeing too much activity just yet. I'm sure you'll get a little bit of information as the diminutive figure of Andrew Harrianto wanders in. At least he didn't fall out of the car and crawl across the line. That's a promising start. No doubt we'll see him back in the car before too much longer, but Jake will give you a bit of an update on exactly what the rules are, I'm sure, about how many people can come across the line. The 88 entry of Liang Jiatong thunders around. That beautiful sound, 6.3 litres of Mercedes AMG GT3 engine. In fact, that's wrong, I think. It's now the twin-turbo V8, isn't it? Crikey, I'm going back, showing my age now. That's AMG SLS performance. Maybe the early AMG GT3s. But certainly the 88 entry, Craft Bamboo, more than capable of winning this race. It will be very interesting to see just who manages to present themselves as contenders. 6 hours and 38 minutes from now. That's Christian Shearer or Francis Shearer. I think that's Francis getting ready to jump behind the wheel. I don't think John's finished just yet, Francis. He might just be out there for a little bit longer. Must be running on fumes. This is absolutely staggering. Look at that, 83 minutes into this race. John Shen brings the Modena Motorsport Porsche down pit lane. That is absolutely brilliant. 83 minutes of the stint. Well done, John Shen. And I'm sure your brother Wayne was riding every minute alongside you. That is great. Francis will be enjoying this opportunity to jump in the car and take over from his longtime friend. Funny feeling they work together too, but that's not something I can confirm right now. 2 cars in pit lane. One of those 2 cars, very, very sadly, is the number 90 FIS Team AAI entry as he lifts John out, and I can't blame you for that. John has done a stellar job. Still standing. That'll be a sticker on the door for Wayne Shen. Just talking about his brother who sadly passed away a number of years ago. They're a big team and had a big impact on John, and he's carried the memory of his brother everywhere he's gone ever since, and made no secret of the fact that he misses him. Of course he does. And he's limping a little, but you can't blame you to be both hot in there, and he's done a brilliant job to get the car 83 minutes into this race. So we're still circulating. We're just watching what's going on in pit lane. This car's staggered all over, well, the second half of the circuit. One in turn 3, another at turn 9. Between those 2 positions, no one's on track as it stands right at the moment. But it shows John Shen leading. You guys need to get a screenshot of that. Modena Motorsports P1 with John Shen, 37 laps into this race. Position number 2 as it stands at the moment is Jesse Crone. And the 91 entry, that'd be Betty Chen, has taken over. So Johnson Chen, team boss of FIS Team AAI's daughter, is in position number 3. So they've just lost a position. So teammates have taken that away. Reid Harker effectively in position 3 once the 216 Porsche rejoins the Modena Motorsport entry with Francis Chia behind the wheel. Baojin Long, the R&B Racing Lamborghini, in position number 4. And Yu Kwai for Absolute Racing, having taken over from Andrew Harrianto, is now shown in position number 6, but effectively position 5 with fresh rubber, a fresh attitude, and, well, as I say that, he's just punched out at 2:08.5, their fastest lap of the race. It's a game on. If you're with us, Jake Sanson, it's been a fairly interesting last hour. I hope you've had some rest, because the vocal cords are going to get a bit of a workout as Francis Cheers tyres. His control set of hand-cooked rubber gets more than a workout as he leaves pit lane.
I was going to say, hasn't he only just got those tyres, and he's going to just wear them out before he's only got back out on circuit again? Well,
you wouldn't have blamed him if it was John Shen's set of tyres that had done 83 minutes, because they're going to be tacky now. They're going to be chewing gum. But yes, I don't know whether he needed to warm the tyres up quite like that, or anyway, who knows? It'll be warm inside the car. He's got a big job ahead of him, but Francis G loves his Porsche, so that'll make it very, very interesting.
It's certainly been a very interesting and dynamic opening 90 minutes of the race, hasn't it? With so many different drivers taking their turn in the top 3. A very good example of the ebb and the to and fro of GT racing as a whole, but certainly proof that this race isn't going to settle down anytime soon.
No, I fear we've got plenty to cover and plenty to talk about. The sad undoing whilst you were on your brief sabbatical was the number 90 entry. Looks like it's done. 26 laps in the books. They're now 12 laps in arrears. Doesn't look, we can't see too much at the moment. In fact, looking down pit lane when the lead teams came in, I didn't see any activity from the FIS team AAI operation, so I fear that may be the end of that car for now. But again, we've seen it before in endurance races all over the world. Teams put the car back in the garage, make some fairly major repairs, and return the car to the track. So fingers crossed we see that a little bit later on. But I'm going to go and have my breather. It's old man stop time for me. I need a pit stop. I'll leave you to it, and I'll see you in the next leg.
Thank you very much indeed, Sean Hazelwood, continuing on the great storytelling procedure of this Sepang 12-hour race. 6.5 hours to go then here in Malaysia, as we've got this great little battle dueling out on the circuit, as Ben Porter is trying to shake off the attention of Chen Wei-an in the Harmony Ferrari. So Ben Porter in the AMEC Porsche just working his craft to continue the charge forward. The Australian trying to shake off the Chinese driver as they duel over 7th position. Just skating their way through on the far side. And still some great performances from McPherson, Porter and Heimgartner. Currently running in 7th place overall, 2nd in the amateur class. It is Betty Chen who currently leads the way in the AM class, and in 3rd place overall as well in the AAI BMW. But as Sean has already pointed out, 3 cars in that operation at the start, and it looks like only 2 of them are still going to be circulating for the near future. And there is Chen, currently running in 8th position in the Ferrari, trying to close up on Porter. Drivers racing for position, not a lot to choose between them at all, but certainly the AMAC Porsche trying to run away and hide at the moment as it tries to stretch out the opportunity. And still they run on the far side of the course then. So the state of play as it is at the moment, Jesse Krohn is the race leader in the AAI BMW number 15, currently out in front of Reid Harker in the EBM Giga Racing machine to the tune of just 4 seconds. After an hour and a half, there is the AAI Motorsport BMW of Jesse Krohn, and in the background you saw Reid Harker in the number 16 EBM Giga car, keeping it nice and exciting at this middle stage of the race. There is Reid Harker. I would say the gap between them is still a good 4 seconds or so. Not much in terms of the grand scheme of things. Jesse Krohn just watching the car drift onto the curb a little bit, but still the drivers battle on. 3rd position behind them is the other AAI Motorsport car, the BMW, hoping to get both class wins, but Betty Chen is the driver in number 91, running in 3rd place. Then Bao Jinlong in the R&B Lamborghini that we saw battling for the lead earlier on in the day. Yu Kuai in the Absolute Audi, currently running in 5th position in front of the Craft Bamboo Mercedes of Yang Jiatong. Then it is the AMAC Porsche of Porter in front of the Harmony Racing Ferrari of Chen Wei-an. The Be Quick Absolute Audi of Peter Cox, lining in 9th position at the moment in front of Francis Tia in the Modena Porsche, and then in 11th is the Viper Niza Aston of Jasmine Jafar, with the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket car of Jan Saiwei, the 12th and final car on the circuit at the moment. The 13th car, which is the number 90 AAI Motorsport of Xinwei Shi, has been an absolute masterpiece to behold, both on and off the circuit. That car is looking very strong indeed. As we now look at the AAI Motorsports car, this is Betty Chen leading the way in the AM category, just 9 seconds off the lead overall. As Jesse Kroon continues to storm away here from Reid Harker. Down the back straight though, and across the line is Jesse Kroon, the Finnish driver in the AAI BMW, number 15, leading the way. There is the sole representative in the GT Cup. But it's Chan Saiwei in the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket car. We've got to give them credit. They've got to put the team together. They've got to run their strategy. They can use this almost as a dummy test session for later rounds, later in the year. And certainly the Porsche going strong for Chan Saiwei at this moment in time. Jasmine Jafar is the car up the road in the Viper Niza Aston Martin. The number 101 just continuing to circulate, and still they duel it out. But Jesse Kroon and Reid Harker, the gap between them 4.7 seconds at the line last time by. Still anybody's race to behold, and when you think there's only there's less than 5 seconds covering the top three, which is the point. In a nutshell there, it really is great stuff so far here in the Sepang 12 hours, as we watch Chan Saiwei just continuing to skate on to GT Cup victory. The FM Motorsport Silver Rocket team just wanting to go the distance now. They don't have anybody to fight with in class, but this is good training for them. If they can get to the finish, they'll know that they can take on the endurance of the great opportunities that need to be discussed. But now we've got a great duel coming in. This is the absolute Audi closing right up on the R&B Lambo. Yu Kuai versus Bao Jinlong, with a sweeper at left, down through the right-hander, up towards the Sunway Lagoon corner. A good run for the right-hander. Here comes the opportunity down the inside. This is the absolute Audi trying to make the bid on the inside of Bao Jinlong, and through they go. So the Audi cuts through past the Lamborghini in the final bend, and that is Yu Kuai now up in a 4th position ahead of Bao Jinlong in the R&B Lamborghini, and that duel is not quite finished yet between the 5 cars up front, but certainly that change for position really does give the absolute Audi program a little bit more impetus heading into the next phase of the race. There's a really strong run now for the team as they run in 4th position ahead of Bao Jinlong. So working their way through up towards Langkawi Curve. Jesse Kroon and Reid Harker still having a very solid run of it. As you can see, the 4th and 5th position drivers are the ones that have lost positions since their original starting point. The absolute Audi started in 1st position and has fallen to 4th. 5th in the grid that day. It should have been your mother. Fantastic job of working this young man into a lather through his teens, and spurring him on to a good charge forward. As you can see, Bao Jinlong, 5th position in the Lamborghini. Not quite done yet, and in the background, that looks to me like the Craft Bamboo Mercedes of Yang Jiatong, and it is. So Bao Jinlong has got to try and shake off Yang Jingtong, who has brought the Craft Bamboo number 88 into the fray here in 6th position. This position isn't over yet. Through they come. This is the number 4. Bao Jinlong still working hard here in 5th position, trying to escape well clear of Yang Jiatong in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. But the Absolute Racing Audi, now that Yu Kuai has got through into 4th position, he really has been able to stretch out a little bit of an advantage. And it isn't going to be too long before Betty Chen is going to have her mirrors full of Audi. Then this is the age-old question between the 4 German GT manufacturers in racing at this level that I've certainly been witnessing, and you've probably been witnessing as well in various different categories. You have your Mercedes-Benz, your BMW, your Audi, and your Porsche. Obviously, when those 3 or 4 drivers meet together off the circuit to discuss the safety aspect of the sport, it's obviously going to bring quite a few things out of the woodwork. But there is Yang Jiatong in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes, trying to eat into the advantage here of Bao Jinlong in the R&B Lamborghini, and it is working quite dramatically. The Mercedes is really starting to make an impact here and go for the get up and go. Fastest car on the circuit, though, is Yu Kuai in the Audi the last time around in the 2-minute 8s. Everybody else is either in 2.9s or 2.10s. So still quite a bit to do, but having been released now, the Absolute Audi has a chance to close up on Betty Chen in 3rd position, who is the current leader, of course, in the GT3 AM category. But would dearly love a podium overall if one is available. And there is the Yang Jiatong, Mercedes from Craft Bamboo, stepping up the attack and going up the climb out of Bejiao Chengmen corner, and then heading up towards Kenye Lake. Sweeping through this fast left-hand section, this is where we saw the 1 or 2 mistakes that we saw in qualifying around this section of the course. A little bit further back, this is the Ferrari. They're trying to get back into contention. The Harmony Racing Ferrari now right up with the Amac Motorsport Porsche of Ben Porter. Comes up to the left-hander, flies through. This is going to be a fascinating duel for position now. It's the Porsche versus the Ferrari. It's the age-old contest, isn't it, in sports car racing? The battle, the duel that's been there since the 1960s in various different categories, and these 2 manufacturers have been at each other's throats. Now, car 15, that's the race leader, Jesse Kroon, must respect track limits at turn 14, and this is his first warning, so he's not going to get any penalties for that. But proof that even the race leader is feeling the tension and feeling the heat of the occasion as he tries to stretch away from the rest of the field and tries to open up the gaggle. Now, behind the Ferrari, that is the Be-Quick Absolute Audi. That is Peter Cox, man who has done so much over his racing career thus far. Peter Cox, who's done pretty much everything. Oh, and that's a slowing Viper Nisa. That's a slowing Aston Martin. Yasemin Jafar going slowly. That is not good news for the Aston Martin. That was already down to 11th position anyway. But Yasemin Jafar, that is not good news. You do not go that slowly in a race unless there is a massive mechanical problem. And looking at the interior workings of the Aston Martin Vantage, this is going to be a very slow recovery back to the pits indeed. They can still travel. They'll obviously have the support of the front knee bags, and Abu Dhabi's scared of working her way around the course. But the Aston Martin's slow, and this is never a good sign. Once you are a good hour and a half into a race, there is nothing, very little he can do that would recommend But that's really bad news indeed for Aston Martin, isn't it? And Yasemin Jafar, the car just cruising back to the pits. Yasemin Jafar hoping that he can get the car back before it conks out for good, as that will really cause problems for the team. It does appear to be as though it's in sleep mode. And some cars, when they get to that point, they have a sort of defense mechanism on the brakes to stop the car rolling away. Now, hang on, is that Peter Cox having got through past Chen Weian? I think it is. So Peter Cox in the Audi has already got past the Ferrari and is now taking on the Porsche of Ben Porter. So Ben Porter versus Peter Cox is about to get underway. This is where Peter Cox is a real secret weapon to try and make up for some of the time lost early ground. That's why the team have really gone for him, because he's so good at these pictures. And up the inside, there's the move. Peter Cox has been working his magic on the back of Ben Porter in the AMAC Porsche. But Peter Cox now gets his moment. I think Ben Porter's going to try and come back at him once again. But the writing well and truly on the wall as the absolute Audi continues to move forward. And I'm afraid that the Viper Niza Aston has now stopped at turn 10. Jasmine Jafar did his best to bring the car back to the pits, but I'm afraid he was just 5 corners short of home. That's the problem with this circuit having so many different changes in elevation and camber. Jasmine Jafar coped with the relatively downhill section, the first couple of sectors of the lap, quite admirably. But there's the confirmation. Car stopped at turn 10 and it's number 65. It is Jasmine Jafar in the Super Niza Aston Martin. And there is the Aston Martin that is stationary out on track. Now that could be a full course yellow. It could just be an isolated yellow flag. Officials have to be very careful what they do next here, because it could change the outcome of everything. Meanwhile, Peter Cox just doing what he does best, and it's full course yellow. Full course yellow in short notice. We are about to go full course yellow. That car has stopped out on the circuit up at turn number 10. So it looks to me we are going to go full course yellow for the last race of the season in each of the 3 separate disciplines. It's going to be a very interesting week and a half while the drivers get to grips with the situation that's laid before them. But Peter Cox has worked his way forward now to 7th place. Then got past the Harmony Ferrari, past the AMAC Porsche. His next target, the R&B Lamborghini of Bao Jinlong. Now the car 65 that stopped at turn 9 has actually continued now, we're told. So it looks as though there's been a bit of a reset. There is the Aston Martin on the move and scampering back to the pits. So actually we have averted the need for a yellow flag. No full course yellows yet. But obviously the team, having restarted the Aston Martin, and they're signalling to Jasmine Jafar. Now, is this going to be a pit stop, or is this going to be straight into the garage? Let's have a look at what the issue is. But initially, Jasmine Jafar stops in the team's work bay. As Jasmine Jafar gets out of the car, I just wonder what it was that caused the car to stop. I mean, dare you say anything as mundane and as bloated in that one as a little bit of sugar making the medicine go down to a certain extent. Now, Reid Harker has now been given his first warning for track limits at turn 14. So both Jesse Krohn and Reid Harker, who are dueling for the lead of the race technically for AAI and EBM Giga, those two have both been given their first warnings for temperate positions. So there is the Aston Martin crew for Viper Niza Racing, as Jasmine Jafar will get out of the car and he will hand over. So we're waiting to see if the Aston Martin is going to go out again. They weren't quite prepared for the right rear tyre in the pit stop though, were they? So they're just double checking to see if everything's going to go according to plan. Just a slight touch up of the windshield. And the Viper Niza Aston Martin should be ready to get going again. But this is the problem. You need a well-oiled and slick operation to get the most of these opportunities. And now, having been given the signal, Number 65 has just got to wait for those last few seconds before the Viper Niza racing car is sent back out onto the circuit on its way. There you go. And number 65 ventures out then onto the course once more. A stoppage out on circuit. They have managed to get the car back again. Hopefully just an isolated incident then for the Viper Niza racing car. Now, we saw Jasmine Jafar get out of the car, so I want to know who the driver is behind the wheel now. But we'll figure that out before too long, as of course the drivers are gearing up to first driver change. 3 drivers per car, 8 hours of racing in total for the race itself. Obviously the definite need for all 3 drivers to have a turn at the wheel. There is the 26. That is the Be Quick Absolute car of Peter Cox. Nobody talked to him. This is when he goes into channel the energy and go for the focus. There you go. There's the confirmation that Reid Harker must respect track limits at turn 14, and that's his first warning for doing so. But he's in exactly the same boat, because he's been warned about that excessively by AAI Motorsport as well over the past year and a half. And there is the Absolute Audi. This is Yu Kuai trying to close down on Betty Chen, who leads the Cup category. Not the Cup category, my apologies, the GT3 AM category, I should say. But still, they battle on. A good run so far from Haryanto, Yu and Winkelhock. Not bad for a team that's got essentially a journeyman racer, an established talent, and the man who led the European Grand Prix in 2007 for about a lap and a half. Up the top of the crest, look at the push that's coming in now from Yu Kuai, closing in on Betty Chen for what is 3rd overall. And once he's through past Betty Chen, there's not actually that much room. There's not a huge amount of left work to do. The Audi's still going strong here to try and close in on Betty Chen. Betty Chen will never have wanted to win a class in GT racing more than she does right now, having had a perfectly satisfactory run. But obviously, being here at the side of the track, it has made the racing very complex, very difficult for more than one crew out there. This hasn't been easy at all. And still, the Russells raise. Still, people have forgotten on taxi rides and whatever as they go around the course, just trying to keep themselves up to date. You've got spotters around the course here as well. There'll be members of the team who are watching the cars at various points around the course, so that they can be of assistance to the team and advise them as to what to do in terms of setup now. Here comes Yu Kuai. And he needed to, because I think the car behind them, that is the Cup car actually of, that's the number 101 of Jansai Wei. So here is the opportunity, trying to dive in up the inside, as Betty Chen does not want to give up 3rd overall. It's a class win, but she doesn't want to give up 3rd overall either. So it's an interesting situation and a tough battle. But here comes Yu Kuai. Yu Kuai in the Absolute Audi now trying to make his bid as we watch Jansai Wei in the F Motorsport car just tootling along, currently in the 11th position ahead of the Viper Niza Aston Martin of Yasmin Jafar, who I think is still behind the wheel according to that graphic. He got out of the car, I just didn't see him get back into it again. So sweeping through the S's at Genting curves, and there is the number 17, I think it is. No, my apologies, the number 16, Reid Harker. Still working hard here in P2, in behind the EBM Giga Racing team. So many drivers have ploughed their furrow in this particular race team, and still make good use of things. They're diving into the braking zone now. There is Reid Harker. Kiwi was just 4.2 seconds back at the last split. And even though he may not quite have the pace in Sector 1, he definitely has the pace in Sectors 2 and 3. Starting to close up now. Meanwhile, we still have the Absolute Racing Audi ahead of Betty Chen. A light battle to come between these two, because you do get the sense that there's a couple of drivers there behind the wheel who wanted to finish higher than this anyway. As the EBM GGA man has given us Brixton. So through on the far side, that is the Audi, continuing its charge up front. Still the battle rages. Down to the braking zone comes Yu Kuai, having taken third position away now from Betty Chen overall, but still the class lead for Betty Chen in fourth position. Now there is Peter Cox, who has been told that he's got to respect track limits at turn 8, and there he is running ragged on the loose stuff again there through the curves as well. Now he's doing exactly what he's been booked to do, which is to get in the car and push like crazy to try and close up on the cars in front. The Be Quick Absolute car dropping to 7th in the first stint, with a bit of work to do to catch up to Bao Jinlong. Once you catch Bao Jinlong, you've also got Yang Jiatong not far away, Betty Chen, then Yu Kuai, and then straight into first office. So still this duel continues, with the Absolute Audi having worked its way back into third position. Yu Kuai steadily making progress and continuing to bring that car further forward. Just in front now of Betty Chen, leading the Pro-Am category. And still with such a long way to go in this race, you really do get the sense of expectation and excitement at this next phase. This is where driver changes are going to really start to become prominent. But you can see there that Betty Chen, having settled into the rhythm out in front, there are going to be some drivers that will literally do the hour-and-a-half in pit, or the 2 hours in pit, and then it'll be straightforward after that as to who gets the final stint, with one driver getting almost double the run time of another. But I thought there needed to be a bit more of a symbiotic relationship within a team garage than that. So expect a bit more interesting choices of strategy, let's put it that way. Sort of the dynamic in the battle between cars is definitely going to give us something to discuss. Out of the turn and back down the straight again. Absolute Racing's Yu Kuai, the Chinese driver, trying to hunt down Jesse Krun and Reid Harker. Here in Malaysia, it's definitely now the Absolute Audi that's starting to creep into contention. Just to give you an idea in terms of lap time, Jesse Krun just did a 2:11.1. Reid Harker just did a 2:11.1. And the Absolute Racing car of Yu Kuai crosses the line, having just done a lap in 2 minutes 9.6. The second difference is absolutely huge. It's 1.5 seconds. But it's quite astonishing. Before I'm 36 years of age and still really enjoying these guys similar to my age bantering around the circuit. Gives people like me hope that one day maybe we'll be doing the same thing. But certainly in the case of this particular car, Chen, Klingman and Krun, things couldn't really be going any better than they currently are. Somebody has to lead the race, and certainly their calmness, their consistency, their measured tone of approach has kept them in that top 3, and rightly so. The gap is obviously shrinking little by little, because Reid Harker is actually a faster driver in the second split and the third split on the last lap. In terms of his sector times, still catching big time. So Jesse Krun in the AI Motorsport BMW in the lead of the race has just done a 2 minute 11.1. In the tail end of the race, can we have so climbing up the hill once again, and still putting on an excellent display. The Sepang 12 Hours continuing in earnest. This is the car running in second position with new boy Nazim Azman. Reid Harker doing... Oh, has Reid Harker got an issue there with the right front? That looked like a lot of wobble on the front right of the car there. Well, anyway, into the pits comes the Amac Porsche, as Ben Porter finally gets out of the car, I think, and will hand over to his stablemate. It just looked to me there as if the EBM Giga Racing car in second position is nursing a bit of an issue with the right front wheel. It's almost as if they can't quite get turned in properly enough, or the race identification isn't going well, whatever it might be. Need to go investigate. But certainly Jesse Krohn and Reid Harker, your leading pair, and then Yu Kuai, third position. The gap between all three cars is just 13.5 seconds. There's still everything to play for, and we've seen how cruel the fate can be from one lap to the next. The car is working fine, and in the second, it's in the doldrums with absolutely no monos. So we're just waiting to see when the AMAC Porsche leaves the pits. There it goes. And that's going to put them around the Modena car as they head back out onto the circuit. But Modena was the big difference. Out onto the circuit then comes the AMAC Porsche with Andre Heimgartner now at the wheel. This is what I was pointing out. A lot of the driver changes will be taking place on this occasion. So through comes the absolute Audi. Running in third place, this is Yu Kuai. The car I really want to focus in on, though, is the EBM Giga Racing car up the road of Reid Harker, because it looks to me as though that car might have some difficulties developing. Down the back straight then comes Yu Kuai in the Absolute Racing Audi, trying to fend back into position. Currently in the podium places, they drop back early doors. Into turn one then goes the AAI Motorsport. This is Betty Chen doing a fine job in the lead of the class. So impressed with her so far in this race. Just continuing to plug away, having yet to hand over to Piti Berimbakti, but having taken over admirably from Tanal Satanthiraku. Really is guiding this car around in fine stead. Fourth position compared to the nearest challenger, the Modena Motorsports crew of Francis Jar, down in ninth position. This is a big, strong statement from Betty Chen, running in fourth position overall, and the team obviously leading in their class. There's so much to talk about, so much to unpick. But a really good effort from Betty Chen nonetheless. Great to see her really putting on a good display here. So there is the bamboo. There's the craft bamboo of Jiatong Li, Liang Jiatong, I should say, who's currently trying to close in on Betty Chen. That's going to be the next opposition for the Lamborghini in captivity, I should say. I keep calling it captivity. We've got a few wild cars out there on the course, and the drivers certainly looking like they need to be tamed in various points. We are about to get to 1/4 distance of the way through this race, a very significant chapter in the race for many, because they're really going to start to figure out where it is in the race they're aiming to be, where it is they can be. All these questions, all these conundrums start to make a little bit more representative sense. And it's a flash of lights from the Mercedes. Is that going to be an entry into the pit lane? No. Not entirely sure what the flash of lights was for then, because there's a car in front. That is the AAI Motorsports